Hello, and welcome to the Canny Valley Homebase Endurance AFK build for your Storm Shield defense. And yeah, we're working on the main Homebase this time, building an AFK build that you can use in Endurance. So we're going to start with the west direction over here, which is a pretty simple build, thankfully, compared to Twine Peaks. The Canny Valley build is fairly simple, so we're going to have enemies spawn all around this bottom area down here. Now, you could build a massive, sheet above their spawn that drops traps on them, but that's not really that efficient. What we can do is we can just stop them from coming up this bit and make them all come up this little hill here. Now, the beauty of this hill is that we can use tire traps to drop damage on them constantly as they come up. So yeah, what we want to do is limit them to this side. This side here will be blocked off. And then we'll just bring them to a path towards the shield there. We want to avoid building too close to it, because if we build close to the storm shield, the smashers will charge because they want to get rid of, any structures that are near the storm shield. So we avoid doing that. What we can do here at the top is, well, we want to block this anyway because we don't want the enemies coming up. But what we can also do is if we build the floors like so. If this ends up not working for you, by the way, you can alternate and do it that way. Sometimes it does depend on the person's storm shield. Things can get a bit weird in Save the World. But what we want to do is then build low walls here. Like that. And then a full wall behind. So what we're doing here is, this is the start of the trap tunnel. So we need to do a lot of damage here. So what we can do is we can put wall dynamos here, wall darts at the back, and then ceilings here can have zap traps on, which will affect the enemies coming through the tunnel. Now, what we also want to do is get a bunch of tire traps. You could even go one further and put it there if you want. It depends how things are going for you. You might not necessarily need the end ones. We'll keep them in for now, and then if we need structures back, I think we should be fine, to be honest. Then we want to just add a bit of an extra protection here. I thought I placed an extra thing down, but we're good. So yeah, just a bit of extra protection. Actually, no, this isn't needed, sorry. You don't need that there. We do want the wall there, though. But enemies won't be able to actually get up there because there's no ramp for them to get up there. So we don't need to block them or anything. Just this wall here. And then if we do it to the other side, what we can do between them is get some traps going that will get triggered. I think there might be a little bit too out of range. I don't think they'll get picked up. So we'll avoid putting them there. But at least with this, what we've got going, we can get plenty of damage going as they come in. And then if we continue the trap tunnels round, we want this to be a full wall because we're going to put a wall launcher on it. Same here, we want a full wall. What we can do, though, is build a low wall there. And then here, let's see, we can do a full wall here. And there. And then that's pretty much it for what we're going to be building in this area. Apart from this here, we want that to be like that. Full wall, and then we can just do the same trick with... Whoops, that was meant to be a floor. We can do the same trick with the floor to stop enemies from trying to break through and out of the trap tunnel, to go round. That will just stop them from doing that, but we can contain them in and do huge damage by putting, again, wall darts there and a wall dynamo there. So at this point, I mean, they're going to have so much damage, applied to them that they're not going to make it this far. The only thing that could potentially make it to this point would be smashers. So, I mean, at this point, if the smashers made it here, they're going to have had to get through all of this stuff, all these here, and all of the wall launchers sending them back out. So you shouldn't get that, and we'll also mitigate it with the traps that we put on the floor. So that should do it for this side of it. What you could potentially do is put an extra wall here and have another trap for the smashers that might make it that far. But again, I don't think you should be worrying about that. You should be fine. What we need to do is just reinforce a bit of this. So over here, this is obviously part of the trap tunnel. Now, we want to do this just to stop anything from trying to break out here and go around again to the storm shield. We can't do it here because if we start building here, this is too close to the storm shield and smashers will try go for it. But at least with that one, it stops enemies from trying to break out of the trap tunnels. Potentially, you might want to do this here and do that to stop them from trying to break through this wall. It's a nice little extra protection there. But that should cover what you need for there. Now, for like flingers and lobbers, you could place some anti-air traps here. So you could put like 4, maybe even like 6 anti-air traps here. If you have, anti-air traps that you have leveled up with really good perks, that'd be the way you want to go about it. If not, well, that's what I'm going to do anyway. And then, on top of these trap tunnels and so on. But if you don't have that, what you'd want to do is just build, 2 up and just drag that across this entire thing just to stop any flingers or lobbers from being able to attack the base. If you are having problems as well with anti-air here, it might mean that your traps just aren't high enough or you don't have enough placed down. So you can place some more down like on there, over here somewhere, or over there. Or you could just go ahead and build the flinger shield, whichever way works best for you. Again, some of these things vary depending on the actual base. Now, down here, we want to build absolutely loads of mitigation here to stop things from being able to get up this way. Because they're going, the stuff that spawns like this side, instead of having to go all the way over there, they're going to want to come through here. So we need to block that off, which works nicely by having that. And then if we have a cone on top, and then at the top here, if we just get a bit of extra blockage round like that, and then just with your cones, just basically make them all point towards the middle. And make sure you've got walls in every position. And there we go. So this nice little contraption with all these pointing towards this block, because this is where they're going to be coming up, or at least trying to come up, and then just obviously blocks around the edge to stop anything from being able to do so. Now, again, here you might get a bit of noise, a bit of huskage that you don't want. So what we can do here is put some more traps, electric zap trap to catch anything coming round. Or you could build up higher like that and put a tire drop trap, on that, which will do the same sort of thing, but it'll also push them back a bit. If you are having issues, just switch between the two. But I'm going to build the zap there, so that should cover that. And then the final thing we need to do is just block off this area. So starting at the bottom of these stairs, we just need to block off basically all the way over there, and probably one there as well, just to cover that. Yeah, that's pretty much it, I think, for all the structures. The only thing left to do is to put the actual traps down. Now, you might need a bit of extra blockage here just to stop things from really wanting to go out. Like if you start seeing stuff try to break out, you can put an extra sort of layer of stuff here. I don't think you will need it, especially if you have very high level traps. If you are starting out in Canny Valley, you might not have the top traps, at which point smashers might be able to make it through your tunnels, which would be unfortunate. And if that is the case, then I would recommend probably trying to use a bit of extra blockage around the outside of the trap tunnels. Now, something that you could probably get away with doing here as well is putting a wall there and putting some traps on here, which I think we'll leave that there. Husks can get underneath. If you start seeing stuff hitting this, that might be where you want to sort of think about that and just remove this if you are seeing issues with it, but I don't think you will. And then finally, what we want to do is just build a bit of extra space for the husks to have to go around. So make them make a bit of a longer path by doing this, and then one here as well, like that. It just means the husks have to travel a bit further in this area and this area. And you can even do one there as well. just to give it that extra bit of length. If you do if you do start seeing smashers, go for this. You could just get rid of them, and that hopefully should work out nicely for you. If I can just edit this back, lovely stuff. And yeah, that's it for the structure. So I'm going to go ahead and show you the traps now and the perks that go with it that I have used, that I recommend to use, and then I will show the placing of them as well after leveling all this stuff up. So I'll see you in a second.
If you're enjoying the video so far, thank you so much for watching, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our members. Thank you so much to the current members we have, and just wanted to go over the tiers to anyone else that might be interested. So we have 5 tiers from Stonewood, Plankton, Canny, Twine, all the way up to Epic Founder, and as you can see on screen we have these amazing benefits at each tier, getting more and more as you go up. So yeah, if anyone's interested, just look for the join button next to the subscribe button, and thank you so much for your time. Cheers, enjoy the rest of the video.
Now that you've leveled up your stuff, you don't have to, obviously, before placing the traps, but I find it easier, so I do recommend it to people. Now we can start putting down the traps. So I'm going to start here actually with the anti-air. So obviously if you're not doing anti-air and you're looking more to make a lobber shield, you won't be placing these down. You'll have, a sheet here that will cover them. Then down here, if I can get to the trap, because I have plenty of other traps, we want the wall spikes and then a zappy boy there. So this will affect them when they're here. As they get closer, they'll get hit. They'll get attacked by that and that, so they'll end up dying anyway. If you do end up getting any issues for whatever reason, maybe you... Whoops, didn't mean to place that. Hello, can you get rid of? Thank you. If you do end up having issues for whatever reason it is, maybe you're just getting an unusual amount going to it, going to this place, try to break through. If you do get that, you can just add some more traps. So what you can do is you can just place a wall there, put some broadside on that one. In fact, actually, I'm going to do that, I'm actually going to do that. I'm going to put that there, and I'm going to put broadsides on them, just to show you that I back the advice that I give. Yeah, it's going to do way more damage than previous. You just probably need to block off this area, too, to make sure they can't sneak through the corner there, which I don't think they can anyway. Like, I don't think the AI is smart enough to do that. But just on the off chance it does manage to wiggle its way through, you don't get stuck with any awkward, husks making it through that they shouldn't be. Then up here, yeah, we don't need any traps there. As we come through the entrance, we want some tire traps, some tire drop traps. So make sure you're facing into the tunnel as you place this, as that will mean the enemies get knocked backwards and back out. We want one there as well, and there. These will all fall all the way down, dealing damage to everything as it comes down. Then in the main trap tunnel here, we're going to put a ghast there, and one there. Yeah, we'll go for gas on all of these ones. And then in the rooms that we have to the side, that's where we'll put the zap traps, because these will zap everything that comes through. If you want, you can change some of these out, especially the early ones for zaps, just to affect more enemies, but it's really not that necessary. At the entrance here as well, we want some broadside traps, so I think 133 should be good enough. Sides here and one at the back. This one will ping in and back and forward here, which will be beautiful, because it'll apply impact, which will slow stuff down, as well as doing damage. Back here we want a wall launcher, and I'm not going to put a wall launcher here. I don't think we should have one there. This one's very useful, because it'll knock stuff back out of the tunnel all the way down there. This one's like a second, backup for like the smashers that make it to this point. It'll send them here, this one will send them back out. They'll be getting damaged throughout the whole thing, and that will be awesome. Over here, we probably want, let's see, I think I'm going to go for a dynamo here. The reason being for here, in fact, can we do extra damage if we do this? We can, can't we? If we do this edited as a floor instead, to stop enemies coming through that way, we could actually put a few extra traps. So sorry about the edit after the fact, but if we do that and then wall dynamo there, we can get a bit of extra damage, and then we can also put a zap field there as well, which is awesome. So on the rest of these short walls, we want wall dynamos on all of these, so go ahead and place those down. Then at the back of these rooms, we want wall darts to... Hello? Can I place them down, please? Thank you. Why is it being so fussy with me? Let me place them down. Thank you. And on both of these as well. And did I place one? Yeah, I placed one there already. And this one, we are going to do broadside. Perfect. So look at all that damage in here. Absolutely beautiful stuff. All we've got left is the floor. So for the first one, we're going to go for floor spikes to do as much damage as we can. For the next one, we're going to go for freeze, which could potentially push them back a bit. And then on the last two, what we're going to do is tar pit, because this is basically just for smashers at this point. It's the only thing that's going to make it to this place, if anything. And that will just stop them from being able to do any, any charging, because it actually stops smashers when they're charging, which is absolutely beautiful. I love the fact that it does that. So yeah, that's all the traps you needed for that bit. We've covered there. Again, if you're having issues with lobbers, just place a shield over the top. If you're having any issues with things making it up here, which at this point, like, come on, you shouldn't. They're not going to make it up. There's so much stuff here. You can add another layer of, tire drop traps there, but you're really not going to need it. So yeah, that's it for the west build. We're building the home base, and we're doing the south direction. So if you don't have west built, make sure you check out the video on that, because I will show you how to make the best trap tunnels possible for that direction. Super efficient. It's basically just taking them through this area. But you're here for south, so that's what we're going to build. So for the south, they're going to spawn in this area over here, mostly down in that sort of pit area down there, with the annoying gas canister that always respawns every time I load back into this area. So what we're going to do is we're going to block off this area over here and bring them through an area here where we can damage them, similar to how we did in the other one. So what we want to do is build them across here like this, and then we're sort of going to zigzag like that. Look at this efficient use of space, eh? So yeah, basically that's all that you need, really. And then we're going to build across here to stop the enemies from bypassing our trap tunnels. We don't want them to bypass the trap tunnels. Build the walls up. So this is the area they are going to be coming in. So we don't want to build too much in the ways of walls here. So yeah, by doing this, we can then sort of do the same sort of trick we did in the other one, where we build these low walls with full walls behind them. And if we build the floor in a specific way, like so, that will stop enemies from breaking through, because if they broke this wall, they'd have to break through this floor as well, and then the wall, it'll stop them from doing that. Similar at this side, we can do the same sort of thing with low walls like this, making sure that we don't need a wall there. And yeah, we're going to bring them through. We can do the same thing with the low walls here, with full walls behind, like so, making sure that we get everything just perfect how we need it to be, like that. That voice break. So as the enemies come through, we can obviously attack them with all this stuff. We want to get the floors built as well. Probably the opposite way here, actually. Sorry, like that. No, I've just built it the same, haven't I? Like that. And then we will need a wall, and then again. It always confuses me when I make floors like that. Try to figure out which one needs to be built and which one needs to not be built. So I think it's like that. Yeah, we're starting to get the hang of that now. That will stop the enemies, from breaking through, because then they'd have to get through this wall to get towards the storm shield. We start to put some ceilings here as well. So the beauty of doing it like this is these areas where we have this bit, we can put wall traps there, but we can also put zap traps, the ceiling zap traps, which will damage the enemies as well. Now, we want to avoid building anything this close to the storm shield. The corner here is fine, because it's technically not connected to it. But if you build anything there or there, you will get smashers trying to break it. So we can't build anything there. So this is as far as we can go. But there's plenty of room here to do damage. Don't worry about that whatsoever. We can also get some more ceilings here to do even more damage. And, if you really want to, if you're experiencing high pressure from the husks, they try to force themselves upon you, you can go ahead and put even more further out if you want, but I really don't think you're going to need that. One other thing I like to do in this area is either put a wall there or maybe there, and what we can do with that is put broadsides on them and they'll ping back and forward. I think there's best just because they tend to try break through this one here. Now, having this extra bit as well as the ceiling trap will really stop them from being able to do that, which is, what we want to do. You can also do the same here if you want to. You can put broadside there, put damage across, and it will hit anything that does try get through, these back bits here. Backbeat word is on the street. Now, speaking of this back bit, what we want to do is build floors all the way around, and what we're going to do is edit them close to the walls we've built. The reason being is we need to really stop the husks from wanting to try, circumvent our trap tunnels here and go through the middle. So we need to add extra protection. Make sure you wear protection. So we put these like this all the way around and make sure you build walls in every section to section it off. If you don't, you may experience high volumes of husks. Now, if we do the same here, one more time, make sure you add a wall at the back as well. So this is what it'll look like. Obviously, it's quite a lot, but, we need that protection. We need the enemies to not break through here, so it gives us that extra bit that we need. Also, over here, we might want to add a little bit of extra wall there. We don't need the side one because, where they're going to go down there? Yeah, who cares? Just the back one. And then similarly here, we might want an extra bit of protection. We are allowed to do this here. Reason being is, like over there, it's to the corner, so it's fine to build there. This will just give that extra stop of smashers trying to smash through this bit because they've got an extra bit to go through. It's probably not necessary, this one. It's up to you. You can get rid of it if you want. That's totally fine. I will not be offended. I will not cry. Do not worry. And I think that covers everything we need to build. Potentially what you might need to do is just add a little bit of blocks here to put the anti-air traps on. So you can put some here, and then across here. I'll go over it in the traps, don't worry. But if you, again, like I did with the other direction, if you don't have anti-air traps leveled up with good perks and stuff, or if you are experiencing issues with flingers, because the waves can be long in endurance, you'll probably want to just build a flinger shield, which you can start from here, just where this bit ends. You can just start building up. You probably want to go just 2 high, maybe 3 if you're really paranoid, but you shouldn't have trouble with that. You should be all right. And we can put anti-air traps on all of these bits to cover that. So that's the structure. So now that the structure's down, what you can do is go ahead and level it all up, and I will show you the perks you need for the traps, and once we've done that, I will show you where to put the traps exactly, so that you can get the most amount of damage possible. Cool, so now that we've got everything leveled up, but again, you don't have to have everything leveled up before putting traps down, but I find it extraordinarily easier to do it once they are all placed down. What we want to do is put some spike traps up here. We tend not to get them come through all of them. It tends to mostly be the edge ones. You can put them on all of them if you want. I'm just going to put it on the corner one, and then what I'm going to do over here as an extra mitigation is put the broadside traps. So if anything does try go for these two, the broadside traps will take care of it, basically. And then at this side, broadside traps again over here. The reason being that these will ping back and forward. In fact, actually, no, for this one we'll put... oh, I can't break this. Hello? He's just not allowing me to... Okay, cool. For this one we'll actually do... Oh my god, there's so many broadside traps in my inventory. We'll do a wall launcher, actually, because we want to send them out of the trap tunnels. But this one will ping back and forward still. So it's beautiful to have that also. Then for this one, I'm not sure what trap would be useful here. Probably wall darts, if anything. I think because, you know, it'll affect stuff walking up this bit here. Anything else, I don't think it's really going to do much. This one, we definitely want a wall launcher on for that one. As we come in, we want... Oh, that's 106. Whoops, it is. We don't want 106. We want 130. Want wall, floor spikes even, on the floor. And then I'm thinking floor spikes for this one as well. And then as we get further in, we will do freeze trap, and then at the very end, we will do tire trap, tarpa even. I always get those two words mixed up because I'm stupid. This will stop the smashers from being able to charge if they, should they make it that far. Over here, what we're going to do on this one is a ceiling zap, and also a ceiling zap here. You could put a tire. See, I've done it again. You could put a tire drop trap there, but not many husks are actually going to come up that bit, so at least that'll get triggered. And then on these front two, I think this is where it would be good to put the tire drop traps. I said it right that time. Thank you. Everyone applaud me. At this point, the thing that's best to go here would be wall darts, I think. You could go for broadside if you wanted. It's probably too far for it to bounce off that effectively. So that's the reason I'm not going for broadside there, even though I do advocate the broadside trap immensely. Now, as far as ceiling traps go, I think the first one would be useful to have as a zap. And then as we go through, we're going to go for gas there and gas there. But everywhere else, we're going to put the ceiling electric field. Even the ones here that are actually in the traps. The reason being is these two see more of the trap tunnel bit than this one does, for example. You know, this one covers that one, and that one. This one covers that. You know, this one only covers, like, these two. So I don't think it's as effective. So I think the gas trap's best there. Then, for all of the small walls, we want to put wall dynamos. So on every single one of these, get wall dynamos. We're going to be doing absolutely huge damage here. Insane in the membrane. And then at the back for these, we can put wall darts. If you can look at the wall in the correct angle to make it actually let you put them down. It hates me. Don't ask me why. I don't know. On this one, I think I'm tempted to go for broadside, here. But again, I don't think it's going to bounce back and forward as we would like it to. So what I'm going to do is just do wall darts on them all. I don't think we could really effectively use broadsides in here. Just because we've got this build going, it is more damage overall than using broadside and making it work. So don't worry about, me advocating for broadsides and everything. We've used them where we can in the entrances and such. So don't worry about that. Something you could potentially do is put a wall there and put broadside on. I don't think it'd be that useful though. But yeah, that'll cover the traps. So there you go. That is the south direction for Canny Valley. Ooh, actually, before we finish, I need to put down some anti-air traps. So, like that should be good. I'm going to go ahead and put 6 down across. I think that should be plenty. Again, if you don't have these, or if you prefer a flinger shield, lobber shield would do beautifully as well. I prefer to use the anti-air traps, because, that's what they're made for, right? That's why the developers put them in. They intended us to use them, so I want to use them. But, if you are having issues, some people might, just with the way, the weird way that Save the World works. Sometimes different people experience different things. So, if you are struggling, build a flinger lobber shield. But, yeah, that'll do it. So we are now on the amplifiers, and we are starting with the North amplifier. which happens to be my A amplifier. Don't know why I placed this one first. It was so many years ago, probably just to counteract the spawn from the home base. But yeah, we'll start with this amplifier and we'll do the east direction, and then we'll do the north direction after. So, for this one, the enemies are going to spawn in this sort of cavern round here. So you'll have some up there, and just all around this lower area. So there's a few ways they can get to you. So there's a tunnel through here. There's this one as well, which we'll probably deal with on a different amplifier. So yeah, the main two routes will be there, and then there's also a potential spawn on the top up there somewhere, so we'll cover that. We can cover that now, actually. So let's start up here. So yeah, there's a spawn around this area. They can spawn on this top bit, which means that they could potentially target the amplifier. So for example, like lobbers and flingers could sit here. I believe it's this sort of shelf here, if you will, where they can, target the amplifier. So what we can do is just do this, like that, and even go for that. And that'll stop the enemies from being able to fling or lob from this area. Should you see anything, manage to do it from further back, just add another layer up. Now for the main sort of tunnel, so once they get to this area near the amplifier, and it kind of goes into the north as well, but they have these two ramps they can come up. Now for this one, we're just going to block this side, because if I just get this back to standard, when the enemies come up this way, it just gives them a bit of a longer path before they come up. And then when they come up the ramp, we'll just do our usual sort of thing. Now what you can do is, you can leave the cone there, the darts should go through it, but what you can do is put darts there, and then lower this to have dynamos on the side, and you can do it in all directions as well. For those smashers and mini-bosses that make it here, you can have that sort of thing. This is getting quite close to the amplifier though, so might want to avoid doing that, and this could be a full wall, or lower for dynamo, that's up to you. But if we go ahead and place ceilings here, like so, you can then see we would place a wall there, which will then shoot up the ramp. And then we can do the same thing here. So if I do this and then edit these down, get a ceiling over, pretty much just connect that to there. Then what we can do is have a wall there, and a wall there, and these will shoot in to the enemies as they come up the ramp. Now what you can also do is a similar thing here. So this will have wall darts on, which will shoot all the way to here, which is where the enemies are going to be walking through, and then you can put dynamo here for enemies that might sort of wander in this area. What you can do as well, if you want, is sort of like block this. Probably preferably further back, so like there. And what it means is that enemies won't, hug this side and come forward. They'll definitely come down this bit. Just means that, you can do a bit more damage and focus them to be here. And then, if you want, you can put stuff on the ramps here as well to slow or damage enemies as they go up. The only thing I would say is try avoid placing too much on the floors. The reason being is that when you have this sort of murky area here, if we place floors like this, the husks couldn't get up onto this floor. You see how I can't walk up? I'd have to jump. The husks can't jump apart from the small ones, and that's only when they're, targeting a player. So we can't do that. So anywhere where you can't make it up, you'll have to get rid of the floor. But for this one example, for this one, for example, we can walk up, so we can place a floor there. But yeah, for this area, generally, we'll just leave it, without any floors, because you could start a floor here, for example, and bring it all the way across, and they can get up. But if this one were to break, or, anything else happen, you'd end up having a real issue. So yeah, just leave that. But yeah, that's fairly it for up here. Now you can put another wall there, you can place a floor, and you can have a few ceilings up here. I'd be careful about what you build around here, because obviously we are next to the amplifier, and we don't want to trigger any smashes, for example. So as I said, just be careful what you're building. Don't get too close. I think it should be all right with that though, and you could potentially get away with one there even. But just don't push your luck too much. You might want to get rid of these two, you know, for example, if you do see any issues. But yeah, for this area down here, what we're going to do is just place walls all the way around. Now, for this area, you can just do this. You get plenty of structures, so you can build into the floor if you want. You should have plenty of structures left at the end of this. But yeah, we'll just extend these walls right around this spawn, pretty much to there, and we can stop there. This is kind of eating into the other, you know, spawn for that direction, for example. But, you know, just bring these walls around. And what we can do is put wall darts on all of these. Where you've got two opposite like this, you could do broadsides. That's definitely effective. But on most of them, they don't have a wall opposite that's close enough for the cannonballs to ping back and forward. So for all of those, we're just going to leave it as it is. Now, what you can do here, because we're going to want a ceiling over the spawn, what you can do is if you raise it up like this, so this will still affect the floor if you count how many tiles up it is. You know, you can see the first one's there, then 2, then 3. So this is 3 up, so ceiling drop traps will work from here. And then if we just go somewhere where we can place this back down. You don't need both sides, I just like to do it for completeness. But if we then do this, oops. It doesn't really matter where you do it, by the way. You can do it anywhere. You know, we have this ceiling here. If I break these, for example, it really does not matter where. But just so long as somewhere you take it up, across, and then back down. I'll explain why. But yeah, if we just do it here. As I say, you don't need walls at both sides, so we'll do that. And then at this side, we'll bring it down. And then like that. And then we're going to bring it back up once more. And this will be the height over the rest of this. And we're going to take this over the entire thing. Now, obviously, don't connect it to stuff like this because the spawns up here will then be able to walk onto the tunnels. But for these, you want to cover this entire area like this. And that'll be good. The only thing you might want to take... Oh, God, look. A little mat grinder there. The only thing you might want to be careful with is just if enemies do spawn up here, but I believe they don't spawn on this bit for this amplifier, so you should be alright. But now I can explain why we've done the up and down. So if enemies were to make it on top of this roof for whatever reason, so they managed to get here from somewhere, you know, not sure where they would, but if they did, if they get to this point, they have to then drop down here and then drop down here and go through these traps. You know, they can't, if we had this whole thing like that, for example, and it was all this high, they could just walk all the way over into the amplifier. So it basically just stops the enemies from being able to come across our entire trap tunnels. So you might want to move this drop in the ceilings back a bit. So you might want to literally just make it here as opposed to being over here. The reason being is you get some smashers manage to get on top. I think there's like a spawn up here and then they can come down here like this. As well as the regular enemies, it just means they come into the trap tunnels earlier on. So they get hit by more traps, basically. You can also, well, I haven't actually tested it yet. I'm going to do it on my alt account when I get there. But I think you could probably block this ramp off. You'd have to block the bottom. You'd make this ramp face outwards. You'd add a top with a cone on top, you know, like that. You'd block behind it at the top here. And at the bottom, you'd block this bit as well as here. The reason being is when we had smashers, they actually charged here. So I'm not sure if it was one of the walls or the floor. And the smashers charged and ended up breaking a lot of this stuff, which meant it was more likely for enemies to make it through. I think we only had like 1 or 2 enemies actually make it through in the end. And that was literally just because they came across the roof and down here. That's why I say maybe move this back. You can also here add a floor. I think I said it when I first recorded this. But you can make a floor. You just have to make sure that when you start it, I'd probably start it here, and so they can actually walk up it. Because let's say if we put it there, obviously they can't walk up this, so they'd end up breaking it. And if you go any further back, it'll get destroyed by spawn. So I'd start here, and what I'd do is I'd probably just zigzag towards the objective, and just block this side off with walls and ramps.
If you're enjoying the video so far, thank you so much for watching, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our members. Thank you so much to the current members we have, and just wanted to go over the tiers to anyone else that might be interested. So we have 5 tiers from Stonewood, Plankton, Canny, Twine, all the way up to Epic Founder, and as you can see on screen, we have these amazing benefits at each tier, getting more and more as you go up. So yeah, if anyone's interested, just look for the join button next to the subscribe button, and thank you so much for your time. Cheers, enjoy the rest of the video.
Now, for these extra spawns, the ones up here, you can, do a bit extra if you want, like walls there with wall darts on, for example. You could extend the ceilings, do that and have ceiling electric fields. It's really up to you. The stuff we have here is pretty extensive, so you shouldn't really need it. You could put walls on these and have wall darts. I'll leave them in just to, to prove and show that you can do it and it is effective, but as I say, you don't need to. So just bear that in mind. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add a little connection here just for my own paranoia to make sure that it doesn't lose its structural stability from anywhere else. Now this other tunnel here we are going to build here and have this as an option. Now this is the same scenario where we can't place a floor here, so you need to leave that one open, but then what we can do is build on the ramp and build our usual sort of stuff up here. We're going to block this off, but what we can do is if we do this, like that, we can have then some wall darts shooting in, and we can do the same thing here. So full walls there. We'll just add some floors like this to disincentivize enemies from wanting to break out of this area, and bring them through. Make sure you get walls on all of the sides where you can. Then, again, same sort of thing up here. Making sure the roofs are placed everywhere, because I'm just paranoid I missed one. Because I do like to do that. Then here, similarly, we will add... Wow, I didn't mean to place that top one. And I didn't even break it. This is just to connect it up now. Once we place a floor like that, that would be enough to keep this, but we'll probably just keep the bottom. But if you really want it back, I'll just show you can get rid of that. Just have it, relying on the floor there. Let's do this. Now, on these sides, if you do notice enemies trying to break out, what you can do is add, your cones like this. And if you angle them like that, it will add as an extra thing. And the wall darts should go through those cones, but I'll be testing it without. So if I don't come back and say, put them in, it'll be fine. Then up here, keep this stuff closed off like this. And we'll just angle them that way. And probably do something like that. And that should be plenty. So obviously in this one we can place like a wall launcher to send them back out. We're getting quite close to the amplifier here though, so I might get rid of that wall just to stop enemies from wanting to charge, so the smashers. And yeah, we'll leave it there. Now you could add like an extra ceiling or some round here with ceiling electric fields on. That's up to you. You shouldn't need them, but, if you do really want them. But it is getting close to the amplifier, so I would advise just keeping it to this. And even this is probably, extra you could probably do without. But we can leave it in for now. Right, so... Obviously, there's this sort of tunnel here. Now, it kind of acts for a different amplifier, but we can block this. We don't want enemies going up this tunnel, so what we'll do is just block it like that, and then pretty much just block the entire tunnel. You don't need it all the way through. I am being a bit paranoid, and there's these extra ducts to the side, which kind of goes to the other amplifiers. How the hell did that place up there? But we'll just block these off while we're here. As I say, it does kind of act more for this amplifier, which I think you should have, but if you don't, you shouldn't need all of this stuff. But hopefully we can just sneak past here. get back in, and maybe place one last blockade there for good luck. And then we can just place... It's really over the top now, but, you know, I have the structures, so why not? And yeah, they're not going to want to come through there, and we've covered this direction, and this little duct here will probably cover when we do the north direction. So that should be all of the structures you need. It's quite a lot, I appreciate, but, you know, canny twine areas are the sort of areas where you do actually need to try hard it a little bit compared to stonewood and plankton, which are pretty easy. Now, before I go to the traps, we do want to make a bait and switch here. So there's a few places you could go from, but the most obvious one would be this ramp here. It's quite a natural, you know, place to go up. We are already at the height for the amplifier, so if we just take them to here and probably go one more over and go from here like this. Now, you could go one more out if you want to here and sort of turn them like this and then try and knock them off that way, but I think it's going a bit out of the way. We don't want the smashers to not want to come up here, basically. So I'm just trying to avoid that. Now, what you can do if you want is place a ramp like that as extra support for this one. So if I break this, you see it stays just an extra little bit of... Another small adjustment to this bait is that you might want more support here for the actual sort of bridge we have here, because smashers ended up targeting, I think, this block. There was like one smasher that did it. Now you could try putting an ice trap on here, a freeze trap, or what you could do is like support it like that, something like that. You know, just anything to give it a bit more support somewhere. You could do it there. You know, it doesn't really matter too much. Just add a little bit more support to ensure that, you know, when you're AFK, they never come to break that. Securing for that. And then if we go this far corner, and then this is where we will be connecting it to the bait. So if I build this, so basically this is just pretend, you know, defense for the amplifier that the smashers will see as a threat because they think it stops the husks from getting to the amplifier. So if you build around the top of it like this, and then under the floors we have, you just build these little pillars like that. Now the enemies, the smashers even, are going to want to break this. Now they can affect these bits by charging at the bottom, but for the most part they will want to get to that top bit. So they'll come up our ramp up here, across here, all the way to here. So what we can do is, if we do this and this, and what we can do is place a wall here and here. Whoops, this is the wrong way around, sorry. It needs to be like this. Like that. Because we want them to be on the edge here. So by walking on the edge like this, we'll have wall lights here, which will knock these smashers back, you know, make them stumble. They'll fall down here, and then they'll have to go all the way over here, all the way back up again, and go around again. Now, if you're seeing a lot of smashers come across this, to the point where that too isn't enough, you can just add another one. So you could add one here by doing... Get this the right way around. You could do that and then put a wall lights that side, which would knock them down there. It's a bit shorter, but it, you know, it gives that extra if you do need it. You can do it this way here still. Whoops, I meant to do that. You can do it this way here still and have another one that side. They will fall onto this, which is fine. You know, they'll still... so it's up to you. I'll test it with 2 and I'll, you know, let you know if you do need more than 2. But I think 2 should be fine because we got 2 in twine and that worked perfectly fine. And this is just canny, so should be fine. Alright, finally, I am now ready to level this stuff up. So I'll go ahead and do that, and I'll come back to you with the traps and perks and then where to place them. So I'll see you shortly. Alright, so now that you've got that stuff placed down and leveled up, make sure you level up to tier 3, and metal is recommended. This is Canny Valley. You know, I'm not messing about anymore. We need this stuff leveled up. So at the amplifier here, I think it would be good to get some tire pit traps to stop smashers in their tracks. Now, for a ramp like this, you don't really need tire traps. Either freeze or wooden floor spikes is good. For these low walls, we want wall dynamos on these, so we can do that for both of these. You can do dynamos here as well, even though it is a bigger wall. It doesn't really matter. It's not, necessary. But for this one, we'll do wall darts because this will shoot nicely to this one, and some there as well, which will make it across that one as well. But it might not get triggered by it. That's the only problem. Well, it's not a problem, but on the ceilings here, as we come up, we can get some drop traps as we come up the stairs, and then at the bottom as well. Knock them back this way. Here, we will knock them back that way. Then here, I appreciate I'm getting a bit more towards the spawn. Let's finish this stuff off. So these two here, I would do ceiling electric field to zap any enemies around this sort of general area. Here we can do a drop trap though, and we'll do ceiling electric. It doesn't really matter too much. I wouldn't sweat about which one to use, but we'll do drop trap there. Now this here, we will do darts. Here, you could do a wall launcher here to send enemies out here. It's not really going to buy you too much time, so I'd probably just go for wall darts to affect those enemies as well as the one walking up here. Go for that, and the freeze down here, but it's not overly important as to which one goes down there. Then when we're at the top, we will do electric fields again to zap all the nearby enemies. Yeah, this one you can make a low wall, it's not too important, but let's get a wall darts shooting at the ramp up there, and then similarly over here, one there. This one can be darts, and then pretty much, well, actually this one, apologies, this one can be broadsides because we have two walls looking at each other. This area here actually as well is a perfect spot for it. There. Then here as well. We'll do the broadsides first because they're, the trickier one to figure out where you can place them. But this bit's a bit too wide, but we can place them here. And then for the rest of these walls at the spawn, just go for wall darts on every single one that we haven't put broadsides on. This will shoot everything as it spawns, help out the tire drop traps on the ceilings. And then don't forget about these extra ones we added. So this one up here is not as necessary, but I'm just going to place it anyway. And then we've got this one up here. Lovely stuff. Let's see, what else have we got? We've got these ones. That one there. And we need to level that wall up. And I think, apart from putting a dynamo there, and we could probably put something here as well, but we can leave that for the other direction. You could put a ceiling electric field under there, by the way. It's not going to add too much, so it's, don't sweat about not putting anything there. Now we've just got the rest of the ceilings down here, so for all of them, we're going to do tire drop traps. Apart from this one in here, we'll do ceiling electric field to zap into the tunnels. And let's just see if we want to do that anywhere else. I think up here would be a good one, because then the enemies that spawn here will get zapped, and then they'll drop down, they'll get zapped again, and yeah. Might be useful to do the same here, but note that if you put ceiling electric fields here, they won't hit the enemies down there, so we'll go for tire drop traps, because the enemies up here will drop down anyway, and then get hit by them, so don't worry about that. Now, for these, it doesn't matter too much which direction you're placing them in. So in this general courtyard area, I'm sort of looking to that sort of corner because that's where they're going. So for the most part, I'm going to be facing north while I place these. As I say, for the most part. And then when we sort of get into this corner here, I'm going to face west towards the amplifier. These last two over here will go north again. And then for the rest of these, we will just face the amplifier, which is the west direction. So face this way. like this. Just realised I'm a ninja, so I could have been double jumping for all this, but do not worry about that. It doesn't really matter too much. Yeah, lovely stuff. So that's all the traps in this area. Now we've got here, so what I'm going to do is place that one facing that way, and then these two I'll just face up the ramp. Want one there as well. When we're in this top area, we're just going to do ceiling electric fields all around here. And what we can do is, yeah, wall darts on this as they come up. I'm going to go for broadsides on the walls here. They'll bounce back and forward and then trickle down the ramp. Speaking of the ramp, we'll put some spikes and then a spike. And then we'll go for a freeze and then a spike. And then up here, this is mostly going to be your, smashes and mini-bosses at this point. So it would be good to put some retractable floor spikes. I don't actually have any leveled up, so I'm just going to go for wooden floor spikes. Which reminds me, you might want to go for like retractable there and potentially on that floor as well. There's not a huge necessity for this to, slow the enemy down. It's not really that much of an importance. And if you want to swap these tire drop traps out for a ceiling zapper, just thinking to the side here, actually, we can put a ceiling electric field to do huge damage, as the enemies get towards the amplifier. Similarly, up here, this one here could be a zapper if you want as well. But yeah, let's head back up here. I appreciate I've just gone quite off, Here we want a wall launcher, but we want it to be an impact one. Make sure it's impact and not a full durability one. I don't actually have the zapper trap. Oh, I have it leveled up. It's not fully leveled up perk-wise, though. So, I'll probably craft, like, a few of them. For these last ones, you probably want to use that. On the ramp, we want the tire drop trap. And then, yeah, these top ones, just do ceiling zappers. For those smashes that make it to this point, we will do dynamo at the back here, a wall darts. You can actually put a ceiling there as well with a ceiling electric field to zap inwards. Forgot about that when I placed them down, apologies. Wall darts at the back, broadsides to trickle down, dynamos on these low walls. And on that one as well, to be honest. Wall darts at the back in these ones. And I think that covers everything. Now, the only thing you might want to do is, say here, instead of having a broadsides there, you might want to do a sound trap for the propanes. And similarly, on this direction, as the enemies get to here, you could do this and block there. Or there to make them have to come around this way. And if you do that, you can then put a sound trap here. Like that. They'll still get hit by the broadsides. You could even put some wall darts on these as well. Doesn't matter too much where you put it, just make sure they're getting hit by the sound trap as they come into the early parts of the trap tunnels. And yeah, that's pretty much it for this direction. It's quite a lot. I appreciate that. Ooh, actually, we need to put stuff up here. So what we're going to do is, on this first tile, what we'll do is some wooden floor spikes. Just anything to slow or damage them, freeze trap would work well. Retractable floor spikes, just to disincentivize them from breaking this tile. But if they do, this one will remain. So you might want to put one on there as well. But the main part of this is the wall lights, so let's get those on these two. And yeah, now we're good to go. Another thing you can do as well is on these side ones, you can place, wooden floor spikes or a freeze trap, something to stop the enemies from attacking them, like mini bosses and stuff. So you can pop those on there. And yeah, now I think we are actually finished. So
quick disclaimer, my audio didn't record on my microphone, so I'm recording this after the fact as I watch the video. But yeah, we're on the north amplifier here, and we are now doing the north spawn for this amplifier. So we built the east direction here. So as I say, I'm just going through, try to say this as I'm watching the video. Obviously I'll try to explain what I explained when I recorded it. But yeah, for the spawn, you will get some at the top of this hill. Now, it is a bit further back from where I show. It's like a bit more to the back and to the right of there. So when we build the block-offs, we can move those a bit further back, but I have recorded that, and we'll add that. And then there's another spawn down here at the bottom, which is the main spawn. Like, most enemies will spawn down here and in this cave. So there's a few different directions they can get to the amplifier. Two hills here, and then to the side there's that main route where the river flows up. And then there's a side route they can take up there, which we will block off as well. But the main route, as I'm showing there, is where we'll bring the enemies, and we will drop the ones from the top into that route as well. So I'm going to go back up to that top route here, and we will start to build some block-offs. So as I said, the spawn is around here, but it is actually a bit further back. So we'll add more block-offs, but we'll get to that in a bit. But yeah, this route down here, we're just going to leave the ceiling open in that bottom tunnel even, and the enemies can drop in. The other directions they can come is over here, so we're just going to block that off here as we do, and we'll put some traps on it if we need to. But this should act as enough blockade to stop them from coming through this bit, and we'll add a floor block just to, you know, give it more reinforcement to stop the enemies from coming through. And then, as I say, we can end up putting some like wall spikes on this and some traps around, but I never saw any enemies try to break through there. You might be tempted to put a ramp here, but you can't because the enemies will just walk on top of it, so that's all the blocking we can do. Same with the ceiling, they'll just walk over the ceiling if you place a ceiling. But yeah, they'll just walk through the tunnels that we built for the other direction for this amplifier. So here, you can see that little ledge down there I showed, that's where we'll drop them to. A roundabout's there in a way. So the enemies will drop down to this sort of cliff here if we make an opening for them from the top. So if we just lead the enemies from the cave up to the top here and sort of lead them to this right exit and just block off the left to make sure that they obviously don't break out to somewhere where we don't want them to. And then we'll just build this chute all the way to the top. So you can obviously like drop down and build it if you want. I'm just building stairs up, and then we'll get rid of the stairs afterwards. Whichever way you find easiest to build it, obviously, is the best way to go for. And then we'll just block to the side of this to make sure enemies don't try and flank around the tunnel, break the tunnel, anything like that. Just having a hard time placing these blockades. And then to this side is especially important because this is what leads to that sort of ledge we blocked off at the bottom. Because enemies will want to go that way to sort of circumvent the trap tunnels. So it's definitely good to get that left side as you're looking towards the amplifier. Get that blocked off, but I will show later on extra blockade. But here on the other side, we're just adding extra blockade behind it as an example of what you could do if you wanted. But I didn't add that, and I had no issues with it on that side, so you should be fine. Then here is where enemies can drop down to if they want. I don't think many enemies do, but yeah, this left side we need to make sure is blocked off. So what we'll do is we will actually bring the enemies up here from the cave, and we'll just block the exit to make sure they can't come out. But yeah, we'll bring the enemies up this side in the cave and then sort of zigzag them into the tunnel to fall down, so the enemies from above can drop into this tunnel as well, if they please. But I don't think I really saw many doing that. They were mostly just dropping from the top, you know, down the full water slide type thing we've got going on there. So they're going to drop down there, and you know, you could add extra traps here as they fall down if you want, or you can try block it off with, you know, cones and floors to stop them from going down. It's up to you. You don't really need to block them from going down because they're going to take loads of damage if they fall into that trap tunnel. So if you just build it like I have, you shouldn't have any issues, because obviously when I tested it, I didn't get any issues. So yeah, you should be fine with what I show in the final build on this video. As I say, you can place traps there if you want, but it's really not necessary, as most enemies will drop straight down into that tunnel as opposed to going down the steps as they are. But yeah, we just need to block off this side route to stop enemies from being able to flank through. So just get some stairs in there, make sure you get that grid method we get going in all of our builds. So building walls in each side and then a cone pointing towards the sort of where the spawn is. Now you can add obviously more behind it if you need, like we're adding an extra one here. And you can make it too wide as well, which I think we do in this video, yeah, to give it extra support. And then in the final build, when I tested it, I didn't see any enemies trying to break through this blockade. It is thick. It is thick enough. So yeah, they can't cause any issues there. So I think I just showed, like, you know, you could add more if you need to, but you definitely don't need to. And even if they did come round, there's not too many worrying ways they can go. It's just mainly this top hill where they'd be able to sort of walk onto the trap tunnels and circumvent it. So we can just add a little bit of blockade for this path if we want to stop enemies from being able to, you know, sort of want to come onto this cliff edge, which just stops them from wanting to break through the block-offs we built before, more than before. And now you can add more here. This probably isn't necessary. I haven't tested it without it yet, but you know, if you wanted to try it without, you can definitely feel free to, but it's not a lot of metal anyway. So if you've got our mat grinder, which if you haven't, definitely check out the Save the World Guides videos playlist, but yeah, if you've got enough metal, which you should have, I think if you're doing endurance, then, you know, it should be good. And then we're just adding a bit more block-offs here to make sure enemies don't want to break around the side of our sort of block-offs that we have in front of the tunnel chute. So it's a lot of block-offs in this video, which I appreciate is annoying and uses a lot of material, but it's an annoying spawn, and, you know, if you don't build this stuff, this spawn will mess you up, because from this high point they can go to so many different places, so it is really important. And then just some extra cone options here if you wanted to the sides. I think I might get rid of them in the end. I can't remember actually, but oh, I'm just yeah, you can sort of add that. But I think the one to the left we do add back in the end. But as I say, I'll add that in at some point as an adjustment in this video. And just saying you can add more in front of this, but I don't think I did. Oh, did I? Oh, maybe I did actually. Or maybe I'm just showing the example. No, it looks like I'm adding it back as well, which makes this 3 wide, which, you know, I guess that's why they never broke through, because, Jesus, that is quite overbuilding, I suppose. You could probably get away with 2, so you could probably get rid of the back one here or something. But, you know, if you want to, like I say, just build exactly what I've built, then just copy it, you know, carbon copy, and you'll be good to get those endurance rewards. So, yeah, not really sure what I was showing there, but we'll need sort of a lobber shield. Oh, I think I was just showing that, yeah, lobbers have a nice, juicy, accurate way to shoot at the amplifier from here, so we need to add a lobber shield. So we'll do that, and we'll probably go quite wide and maybe 3 tiles up. Obviously, I'll show it. And the enemies that drop into this sort of, you know, staircase thing here, they could target the amplifier from down there, so that's why we've spread out the lobber shield a bit more to the side, and that just completely blocks off any sort of option for the flingers and lobbers to be able to target the amplifier. So as I said, this has gone 3 high up from where we started, and that should be plenty enough. I didn't see any enemies being able to fling or lob. And then what you could do if you want, instead of having them all as ramps, you could flatten it out at one point and then put tar pit traps on it over the spawn. I ended up not putting traps over the spawn up there, and I didn't have any issues apart from the block off stuff, but we add more for that anyway. But you know, if you want to add that in, that's definitely up to you. But yeah, now down with this spawn, we're going to block this like direct route and make them go up the side. It just gives us more room to deal damage. It's not necessary that we need more space, it just means we have to place less traps, because a lot of enemies will want to go up that left route. So as long as we block one of them, and this one works better because this is where the top enemies can drop into, so if we do it this way, we use less traps and obviously allow them to drop down, which means they won't cause any issues. If they, you know, drop down into the middle of block-offs, they'd break the block-offs, and then enemies would just go through the block-offs. So yeah, we just need to make sure they've got a way in. But yeah, what we can do in this area is sort of have our low walls with dynamos on, with wall darts to the back, so that's what we're building here. And that'll just, yeah, enemies are not going to want to break through that corner bit, that's fine. We'll just sort of zigzag them up here, getting walls in pretty much every place to deal a lot of damage. Yeah, enemies don't really make it out of this top tunnel, really, from this bottom spawn. There is so much damage going on that they just can't. And then that little wall there, we can put some wall darts on to do even more damage. And then, yeah, just make sure you leave this ceiling here open, otherwise, I mean, you can place a ceiling if you want, but they'll probably drop on it and break it, so you're probably just best off not placing one, basically. It wouldn't cause any serious damage, I don't think, but it's just wasted material, effectively. But yeah, now you can see how high that chute goes up. We need to make this connect all the way down to the bottom. As I say, enemies will voluntarily drop down in here, which is just funny to see, because it's such a long distance to go down. We have to be careful with the floors, but on this side it's nice and smooth, and we just need to make sure that the floors we are placing do connect to that sort of river area. But yeah, we need to block this flank first, because this is a prime area for enemies to come through. I think I did actually trap this out when I did my Canny Valley videos back in the day, but yeah, we can block this because there's plenty of space. Like, nothing's going to want to pass through there. That is way too many block-offs. They'll just see the other route as faster. And obviously, if you do see any issues, you can block off the sort of ramp up as well and add more traps and such. I don't think any enemies can get there from here, but we will be building trap tunnels around there for the amplifier there, which is northwest. Yeah, so we'll get there eventually, so don't worry about that path there. We will be covering that when we get to that video. That's basically just what I'm explaining there. So yeah, now that we've got that blocked off, we can start building sort of the stuff around this spawn. So as I say, it'll be at the bottom of this river, not cliff, sort of like ramp, and then we can get them to come into the tunnel here. So as you can see in the video, I can walk into this easily. I don't need to jump or anything, so that means the husks can also get in. I appreciate the count on the left, but they will path to the right hand side to be able to get in. If you are paranoid about it, you can move it further back, but you know, it should be alright either way. I can't remember exactly where I built up to when I did it, but whatever I end up building in this video is perfectly fine, so just make sure you copy that, I guess. All I'm saying there is you can force them to walk on the left if you want by doing that, but we're going to block the right off anyway to make sure they don't come up that sort of awkward bit with the water, because coming into there they won't be able to get up onto a ramp anywhere, so we just need to block that off, and just a few walls and cones here will do the trick. Plenty enough. We're not really asking them to go around too far, are we? So it's fine. And then we can do our combo of dynamos and wall darts here, and yeah, just get the path going, and we'll just sort of zigzag them towards our main tunnel where they will join up with the enemies that drop at the bottom. But yeah, that wall at the end is a nice wall launcher placement. But yeah, in the end I end up getting rid of that floor, and then from here, as I say, we can just bring them on the floor. They won't try to break it or anything. They'll stay in the path. It'll be nice, and yeah, good. This block off is to just go behind that wall to make sure like smashers and stuff don't want to break through it. So we're just going to add that a few times, just to make sure they do path around it instead of trying to charge it or anything. It is quite far away from the objective though, so I would be surprised if they did try to. And then here I'm just saying you can, if you want, you know, build the walls far out like this, which we'll put darts on, and then low walls as before to put dynamos on to do the biggest damage possible. But in that middle one, we're probably going to want to put a wall launcher to send enemies back through the tunnel, recycling those traps for them. So that's what we end up doing there. But you can still do the design on the side ones if you want, or you can close it off. It's honestly up to you which way you do it. It's not going to make too much difference, because most stuff will die in the early stages of the trap tunnels and at spawn, because canny is quite easy as well. It can get difficult towards the top ends, and you know, as with any endurance, the main thing is covering flanks and such, because that is what will kill you in endurance. Obviously if you built nothing, that would kill you as well, but yeah, we're just making sure we put walls on every part of these trap tunnels. You don't need a wall there, but if you wanted to, you could put a wall and have a low wall again with dynamos to do extra damage. It is pretty overkill, and it's mostly just targeting mini bosses and smashers, to be honest. No regular enemies are going to make it this far in, so it's up to you. And I do believe that cone should be able to be shot through by wall darts, but an alternative is building an edited floor. You can also do, you know, the cone or a ramp, because the ramp you can clearly see would go through. But yeah, I believe the cone should be able to be shot through by darts, so you can leave that in. Then when they come to this ramp, we can do our usual sort of design on this. You can put a trap on the ramp as well if you want. It's not completely necessary. At the top of the ramp, we'll start bringing them onto floors again. And then this area, we will add more block-offs here later on. But just in case you're really paranoid, we just need to make sure that enemies cannot get through this area. So that involves, you know, putting some more blockade behind there, and some more blockade at the top, which is what we put at the end of the video. But yeah, you can't really add much more here, because editing that, they'll be able to get into the blockades, and if you put a ramp, they'll just land on top of the ramp. So there's not really much you can do there, but you can build behind it by placing a floor, which the enemies would walk onto should they break through the wall, and then you can just add more blockade with a ramp and such, which, you know, you can definitely add that in. It will then just give you that, you know, peace of mind that they're not going to try break through there. But yeah, towards the end of this trap tunnel, we'll just bring the enemies towards the ramp that we built for the other direction. And I think I'm just showing here, like, you can build a floor here as well if you want. Like, I did go over it in that video, but, you know, if you wanted to add a floor here, you can do. Just making sure that people are aware that you can add that in if you want. But yeah, you can see enemies can't get onto that floor piece from the east direction, so I end up getting rid of it because there's just a chance that enemies will come up to it and break it, so might as well just leave it without any aggravation, and then we're not, you know, risking anything. You can add more block-offs here as well on the water bit, just to stop enemies from wanting to fall onto that and come into the, you know, the objective. It's not overly necessary, and I don't think I end up adding it or anything. The main thing we're adding here is the low walls with the big walls behind it to put the wall darts on. So that's the main thing here, and then we'll add, you know, all the ceilings at the end as we usually do, because we put them higher up to do, you know, ceiling drop traps and ceiling electric field, that sort of thing. So this bit's 3 high up for the ramp, 2 high up for the sort of top trap tunnels though. And I just say, just avoid building floors here, because if you did, the enemy would be able to drop onto it, and that'll make them want to path there more, so we don't put any ceilings there. As much as we could do extra damage by doing so, it's better to be safe than sorry. So we won't put anything there. And then from here, we probably want to drop the ceiling down to the lower trap tunnels. I'm just pointing out that this is sort of where we drop the smashers off from the bait and switch. But yeah, for the ceiling here, again, avoid placing it and connecting it to that tunnel, because that is where the enemies would want to drop down to from the top spawn. So we want to just not give them a way to walk over the trap tunnels, basically. I appreciate it gives you less ceilings to place down, but as I say, we're not really going to be worried about enemies coming to this point and making it through the trap tunnels. As I say, it's just going to be smashers and mini bosses, but we can do the usual design here with tire drop traps down the middle and ceiling electric fields to the side. And then here you can go back across the spawn. You can go further than I do if you want. I do a 3x3, I think, so you can go back 4 or 5, you know, however much you want to do it if you have lower durability, you know, tire drop traps, stuff like that. But it's really not that necessary. This will deal with most stuff. And as I say here, you can place a ceiling here and have ceiling electric field on it if you want. Now this bit here, the enemies could drop down to from that top spawn, which I still don't think they do. Like, I don't know why they just don't really path to there. But just what I'm showing here is that you might want to, I think, drop the ceiling down and then put it back up again, just to stop them. So if they did drop on that ceiling, they wouldn't be able to get, you know, all the way to the objective. So if you look at the comparison now, if they do drop on, they'll get to sort of this point, which they could get over those blockades anyway. So you can either get rid of the ceiling there to stop them from being able to do that, or you can, you know, add a blockade on the sand bit, the sort of cliff. It depends how you want to do it. All you have to do is just make sure you're like rising it and bringing it back down at some point to make it so that enemies can't walk over all the trap tunnels. So we're going to build a lobber shield from here, and this will cover that area. You know, if enemies did drop to that area, but we need to make sure we don't build it any higher, because they will drop on top of that lobber shield if we do. So if we keep it to too high, then the enemies can't drop on top of it, and it will be plenty high enough to stop enemies from being able to fling towards the objective. So that will be plenty enough. So, you know, they can walk over the trap tunnel if they want. I don't think I really saw any enemies doing that. You know, you can get rid of the right hand side of the traps if you're worried about it. That way they can't. But as I say, I didn't see any enemies do it, and even if they did, there's still a lot of trap tunnel for them to go through, and they'll definitely die. So yeah, I wouldn't worry about it at all. And then here we can just put some ceilings to the side for electric fields if we want to do a bit of extra damage. It doesn't really matter too much if it's higher up or lower down. I think I just moved it higher up because it just matched nicer. That's literally it. And then in the corner, you know, you can add another one for ceiling electric field, a bit more damage. But, you know, this is getting to sort of like overkill territory. Again here, you know, you can have another one for a bit of extra damage. But again, it's pretty overkill. You shouldn't really need it. It's up to you, as I say, how many of those you want to place, and you know how much. If you want to save some electric field traps and some metal, just don't build as many ones to the side. The tire drop traps should be plenty enough. And then we've just got the bait and switch, which we showed last video. So if you don't, if you don't know what that is, you don't know how to build it, that type of thing, just watch that video. But yeah, that'll do it. So I'll show you the traps and the perks for those, and then get this stuff leveled up, and I can show you where to place them.
The enemies started banging through the top and broke this bit, and it's not the end of the world, because if they get down here, they'll just walk around and go up, and most of our traps will deal with them. But I think we just want some more block-offs here. Now, the spawns are actually quite far back, further back than I thought. I hadn't really visited too many canny storm shield defenses before designing this, so it's more like back here. So you can easily, add another block off here, for example. Oops, didn't mean to edit that bit. Like that. And, we're not bothered about enemies going down there. So this should be plenty enough. You can add one on this side as well if you're paranoid, like this. And what I'd do is just get rid of the wall spikes off those back ones, like that. Replace it with a regular wall and put your wall spikes at the front. And on these I'd do broadsides either side, and I don't think they were breaking through in here, so that should be enough. But obviously if you see any resistance after adding this, just add more block offs or traps around it. I think I said when I made it, you can put traps above here, some ceiling drop traps, for example. This blockade over here worked fine though. This worked perfectly, although some of it may get destroyed by the spawn. They never tried to break through here.
Alright, so now that you've got that stuff leveled up, we can go ahead and place the traps down. So I appreciate it's quite a lot again, but, there's less amplifiers in Canny, so it works out nicely. But yeah, for these trap tunnels, it's going to be the same sort of, vibe that we go to in most of our trap tunnels. So whenever there's a low wall, it's going to be a dynamo, and then behind that will be darts. But towards the, trap tunnels here, we're going to slow them with wooden floor spikes to do damage at the same time as well. Wall darts at the back, as I say, to shoot over the dynamos. This wall here is up to you. You can do dynamo, wall darts, doesn't really matter too much. Just don't use broadsides because it won't bounce properly. And then here again, yeah, wall darts at the back over the top of those dynamos. At the top of these stairs, we're going to do broadsides on the sides, but we'll do wall darts at the back to shoot out at their enemies that make it to the top. But yeah, the broadsides will shoot and trickle down, which will do nice damage to anything that comes up. You can add traps on this wall if you want, but I'm going to leave it without. It's not overly necessary. Here we can do a wall launcher, but make sure you're using the impact one for those smashers. And then to the side, it's up, you can try stun them, or you can do damage with sort of a dynamo, wall darts. Just don't use broadside because there's no wall to shoot against. So yeah, I think I'm just explaining that you can stun for the wall launcher if you want, but I'm going to use the dynamo for some huge energy damage. And then just wooden floor spikes throughout this again, keep the enemies slowed so we can do huge damage, and they'll take damage from the wooden floor spikes as well. So literally just doing, that throughout the entire tunnel. You can definitely use floor freeze if you want, or do some damage with retractable towards the end of it. And then on the rest of the low walls, I'm just placing our dynamos down because we know that's where we want to place them. Definitely get these on all of those low walls. It's the best way and the only way to do damage in that situation, because spikes only deal damage if they're hitting them. And then when you opposite one, like that wall I was just pointing to, wall dynamo or wall darts, both are good options. The benefit of using a dynamo though is that it does energy damage, so those elemental smashers and enemies are going to take more damage. Just comparing the damage of the wall darts and the dynamo, you can make a decision yourself. If you don't want to use what I'm using, that's completely fine. But yeah, behind these we'll do wall darts to do damage over the top of them, like this. Then at the end of this we want another wall launcher, so I'd probably go for an impact one here as well, because it's quite far into it and we want to kind of guarantee that we're going to hit them, like smashers for example. We can add that little extra thin wall as well to make sure enemies do get knocked back by it. You know, they have the time to get hit by it. Yeah. And you can add another one here as well towards the end of that little tunnel to make sure that last one affects enemies as well. On this back wall, we're probably going to go for wall darts to affect all the enemies, and behind that dynamo as well. Done all those traps. So on this bit, we're going to do a wall launcher to keep pushing the enemies back through the tunnels. Keep getting them back towards spawn. These ones were more durability ones because the enemies are going to be coming through a lot more, you know, as they sort of have very low health from spawn. But you can still extend the path if you want. I think I actually placed that in the wrong place, but just explaining why I don't use it sometimes in those situations, because the wall launcher after it can end up pushing into that small wall, which is annoying. But yeah, the same sort of thing for those traps there. This one is facing a wall, so we'll put a broadside, and then on this wall it'll shoot out a nice long distance, so we'll do wall darts on that one, get that affecting all those. At the top here we can do broadsides on the sides to bounce back and forward, can do huge damage there. Yeah, beautiful stuff. We're going to need a sound trap here somewhere, so that's why I place a wall here. You could try do it on the block off to the side, but not all enemies will be walking past that. And then we probably want one up here as well, so I'm placing one there just so we don't forget, because it's useful to get rid of those sploders canisters to make it so they don't blow apart trap tunnels. And then yeah, just placing tire drop traps over the spawn here. Make sure you're facing the amplifier so the tire drop traps trickle down behind you towards their spawn to sort of slow their progress. Then at the top of the ramp here, it's up to you what you want to use. Tire drop trap might trickle down, so that's why I used it. Although you shouldn't really use it at one height, but you know, it doesn't matter too much in this situation. An electric field would work pretty good as well, because it'll zap out towards that spawn a little bit as well. And then yeah, tire drop traps through that in the entire tunnel. And then towards the end here we can do some zappers. I don't actually have full perks on these, so I think I wanted to go out, upgrade the perks and come back and put them in. But yeah, definitely do 2 zappers there. And then tire drop traps on these ones again on the higher ceilings. But yeah, just make sure you're putting zappers on those ones to do huge damage to any like smashers making it to that point. On these ceilings to the sides, we will use ceiling electric field. It's the only trap you can actually use there to get damage into the main tunnel, because no other traps, you know, zap to the side like that one does. For ceiling anyway. And then you can place more ceilings there if you need to, but you really shouldn't need any more damage at this point. You know, we've done so much. You can place traps in that tunnel chute going down if you want, but you really don't need it. At the top of the trap, at the top of the hill here, we're going to use another tire drop trap, and then throughout the centre, I'm just pretty much putting ceiling electric field in all of this, just to keep zapping enemies as they go through. It'll zap multiple enemies, all that good stuff. And then towards the end, probably do zappers again to deal with any big enemies that have made it all the way through. At the top of the ramp here, we're going to use wall darts to shoot in. And you know, it'll do nice damage to them, but I'm just saying you can get rid of the wall if you want, because the wall launcher might knock them into that wall. Now there is a cliff behind it, so honestly if you want to keep the wall with wall darts on, that's absolutely fine. But yeah, that first launcher wants to be a durability launcher, and then on here we can do some wall darts to the side to shoot them, and then on that you can do another launcher, send them back out into spawn if you want. Durability one again, so 4 durability on that one with a reload and an impact. And then for the floor traps, question mark, gonna do wooden floor spikes for a bit throughout this, and then honestly towards the end of it you can do retractable or freeze, either way. You could probably do freeze towards the middle of the trap tunnel and then retractable towards the end if you want. That would be very effective, you know, it's up to you. And then we're just going to place some more launchers, so 1 durability, and then the rest of these are going to be high impact for those bigger enemies that make it through the first part of the trap tunnel. This wall darts will shoot nicely at the enemies, and then either, you know, wall darts or dynamo there, that's up to you. This wall is opposite the launcher though, so we're just going to do broadsides for those ones. But then here we're going to need to do wall darts again, because that will shoot over those low walls, which we will put dynamos on. You know the stuff. You should know this stuff by now if you've been watching all the trap tunnels. But yeah, these walls are opposite a launcher, so we can do broadsides on those as well. And then you can do more traps here over the spawn if you want. It's really not that necessary. Most stuff is gonna die by the time it makes it into the the entrance to this trap tunnel. It should be absolutely fine. And then just a wall spike on that to stop any enemies from wanting to break through. Should they try, it will discourage them. So that's a good way to do that. And then yeah, in the chute, as I say, you can put traps in there if you want. It's really not going to do much, though. I wouldn't recommend it. But we can do the same sort of thing here. So darts at the back and then broadsides at the sides will ping back and forward. But I'm just saying here, you can put, traps over the spawn. I didn't end up doing it on mine, and I had no problems. But, if you've got the traps and the resources and stuff, just go for it. Like, well, why not? It's a good way to deal damage to those husks. So, I'll leave that up to you guys if you want to do that. But yeah, on these block-offs we want to get some wall spikes to make sure that enemies don't break through. Now I think we will end up getting rid of some of these when we do the adjustments, but I'll show that. But I think we already showed that. And then yeah, just showing like where you can put the ceilings if you wanted to, to put some ceiling drop traps, for example, or electric fields. Either or would be good there. And as I say in the recording that didn't record, you can stretch this back if you want. Just make sure it's going back far enough to stop lobbers and flingers from being able to target the objective. So I'd probably go like 3 instead of 2, like the ramps are, because the ramps do cover more range because they go higher up. But like I said, I didn't include it in the end for me. So if you want to stick to exactly what I've built, don't build them. But if you want to put them in, that's up to you. Definitely. Do what you like there. You do what you like. And then at the top here, anything would work on the floor, to be honest. Like, it really doesn't matter. And then for the ceilings, it also doesn't really matter. Just probably best off using an electric field at the back at least, because it will ping out to the front as well. And then I think that's most of the traps placed down. Just double checking everything is in, but then just saying, we can add a block off here if we want, but I did show why I don't like to do it. But to be honest, it's up to you. You can add it if you want. It's a nice bonus, but it's definitely not necessary or anything. Oh, we missed a ceiling electric field here, so get that placed in. And then I thought I missed 2 ceilings here, but yeah, I saved it for the zappers that I need to upgrade the perks for. I think I missed a wall there as well. You can put a dynamo on that. I think I even missed it in the recording. And then there's some ceiling traps here with electric field to zap inwards. And then I think that should be pretty much everything. Just adding some spikes here in case enemies do try flank, and a wall launcher to push them down, if they did try come there, but I don't think any did try break through there. We had quite a lot of block off there, so they shouldn't be trying to. But yeah, that should be all the traps you need. So yeah, definitely good build here. It's obviously taken a lot, I appreciate that, but appreciate you sticking with me. I appreciate you watching the video.
So we are now on the northwest amplifier. This is my amplifier B, so just making my way through these as mine are labelled. But obviously don't worry if you have any different or whatever, just check out the playlist. But yeah, we're going to start with the west direction. So this is a very awkward one to build for, and it's going to be another one where we need a lot of materials, so apologies, but I didn't make the designs for these. Epic Games did. So yeah, the spawn is going to be just behind this amplifier here, just as the spawns usually are. If there's an amplifier there, they're just behind where the amplifier would be. And, it's such a wide area here. They could go round there, they could go straight over here, straight over this bit, they can go around here. So what we're going to do is have to block off some of the sides. And what we'll do is, because it's so wide, we'll have to do 2 paths forward, just like we did in Plankton. Now, we could make them merge in the middle at the end, or we could just bring them straight forward. It's completely up to you, to be honest, whichever one you want to do. But what we're going to do is block the center 3 here, and then bring them down here like this. So we're going to have 2 paths like this, and basically we're using the rule of 3 here. So what I mean by that is, generally speaking, when you block husks off, there's a limit to how wide you can block before they'll just start breaking through the middle. So if we just, if we went to block 5 here, and they are in the middle, they're just going to try break through the middle. They're not going to go all the way around because it's too wide. Now, the rule of 3 is generally, from what I see and test, you can get away with blocking 3 wide area. 2 is perfect. 3 you can get away with if you put enough blockade behind it. Blockade behind it, if I can get my words out. So just to show where this is, it's just connecting to this black part of the amplifier is where we're starting this blockade from. So yeah, rule of 3, and then at the side we can obviously block 3 as well. But, you know, for this bit, there's a drop here, so it kind of doesn't apply as much there. But then at this side, you know, we've got the same sort of thing. But as I say, it's generally, the rule of 3 is more for when you're like at at the spawn or at the objective, and it's where husks are going to be. Now, because this is so to the side, you can get away with far further away. So what we're going to do is just block like that for here. Sorry about that. And then we're going to block behind these walls with cones in the usual fashion, pointing them towards where the husks are coming from. And then just get your usual grid method behind these like that. Then what we can also do is just add a little bit extra there. Stop them from wanting to break through there. And then if you want, as an added extra, you can, you know, put some more walls at the back. You probably shouldn't need the back ones, but it's only 4 structures. Why not, eh? Now, for this main tunnel in the middle, what we're going to do is we're going to have the walls low, and then we'll have wall darts at the back. Now, this cone shape here should have darts come through it, but if you want to place it like that, you can do. I do get paranoid. I don't like to place darts on the other side of a cone edited like this, because I've heard people tell me, and I haven't actually tested it in a mission yet, but I feel like it's something that Epic Games could easily change in the future, and that puts me off, you know, doing it. So yeah, I'm not gonna. So we're just gonna repeat this sort of build all the way down. Now, as you get further away from the spawn, it's less important that you have the cones and full walls. You know, in the past, we've done something like, if I just pre-edit this to a small wall, we've done stuff like this in Stonewood, you know, in the side of tunnels. And I think that would be enough, to be honest. So you can probably get away with doing that if you want. Like, this wall would be a low wall, and just continue it on from there, and then get rid of the ramps. It's mainly at the front one here, because this is where the enemies would initially break through. It's just that extra layer of protection. Definitely always wear protection. Sorry. And then, yeah, we'll just continue this in here, up until here. Oh my god, what is going on? And then just a full wall at the back. And then, same here, we'll just get the low walls from here, like that. And similarly at this side, get these going. Don't need that one, actually. And these ones will be full walls to have wall darts on, as well as one there. And then when you get to the end, you know, we're just going to have them drop and go towards the amplifier. We can add more stuff there if we want to. In fact, we can even continue this stuff. That's going to be a full wall, though. In fact, we'll do full at both sides, because we'll do broad sides here. That'll be a nice, juicy bit of damage. And then at this side, similar sort of thing. You know, we get to this point. I think it's probably more efficient to keep this design up. Just realised there should be a full wall there. And then get that. That can be a low wall. And a low wall there. And one there. Then when we get to this point, we'll do broadsides. And then have them drop down and towards the amplifier. Now, at this point, like, most stuff is going to be... Well, all the small enemies are going to die to spawn traps anyway. But, you know, smashers might make it through, but we'll build a bait and switch for them anyway. And we can add more traps as we go. Like, for example, over here, what we might do is extend this out like this. Have them drop to here. Keep it enclosed so we can control where the enemies go. And then have this drop down, you know, at the bottom in a shaft-like fashion. So we'll just have that go down from there, and then we can do a similar sort of thing here. So if we build this, we can control build the walls, how they go down. Now we'll finish that when we get to the amplifier, but we have a lot of blocking off to do. Now obviously we've blocked this bit off, but just looking around you can see different ways enemies could flank. Like here, for example, they could come out, so we'll just add some walls. Now there's a lot of places they could go to do this, which is why it's a bit annoying. So rather than building it up here, it might be more efficient to go to where the enemies would go to and block there instead. Now, to be fair, at this point, we're kind of getting into the other spawn for B, and I believe there is a weird spawn up here somewhere for B, so we'll probably just leave it for the other build for that one, actually. So ignore me for that one. But at this side, we do definitely have some stuff we need to block off. So first off is this ramp. So we'll just extend this block off like that, and probably extend it up to here as well. Now the reason these ones are high is because if we didn't, the enemies could sort of fudge their way across. They do that. And the spawn is, you know, why built up to there? The spawn is at the amplifier level, so if we build walls here, they are likely to break. But we can put ceilings over the top, of course. And what we can do to disincentivize enemies from coming into this sort of area is just, you know, block like that. That might get broken, though, with the spawn as well. Now, I'm not really too bothered if enemies do come down here, to be honest. Like, it's not... They're not really going to go anywhere useful. What we'd probably do is just block this ramp like that. That should be plenty enough stuff. What we can do is do that. Stop them from getting onto this little ridge. And then down here, we just want to stop anything from getting through this area with just two walls. You can put ceilings above them with traps as well, if you want. Now, there's a few like flanking routes around here they could do, so I mean, they can come all the way around here. It's kind of unlikely, but you know, for the sake of like one wall here, that would literally stop them. I don't think they can get through that gap. And then a ceiling above. For the sake of two structures here, because this lower route doesn't go around, for the sake of, yeah, two structures, why not add it in? I'll probably forget about it when it comes to the traps, so if I do, just put wall spikes on the wall and, I don't know, a gas trap on the ceiling or a ceiling zapper. Now behind this we need more block off, so we're just gonna do that and another layer of walls, and then another layer of walls, and a final layer of walls. I think that should be plenty. Obviously, I will be testing these builds multiple times, multiple endurances. You know, that's what I do for you guys. I spend, you know, hours of my time building these designs and then testing them. So if you need any more block-offs here, I will let you know. But for the most part, the traps in front of these front ones should be enough to deter them from going into those. Now what we can do is get some ceilings for this area. So, didn't mean to fall down there, my bad. What we're going to do is, on these front ones here, what we're going to do is that, similar to how we had it the other side, and then what we're going to do is just going to build up. So we're 2 blocks up, and then we're going to do this all the way down. And then from here, we're going to extend this out. So across here, and then we'll do the same across this tunnel. So just to be clear, I'm building the center of it over the tunnel where they will actually walk, and then one either side for electric fields. And then bring that to here, and then we'll connect this up here as well, like we did at the other side. And then these will act as spawn traps. Now, it's up to you how far back you want to go. I'm going to probably do 2 or 3 here. just because I have plenty of traps. I have an infinite mat grinder, which, by the way, if you don't have, check out the video. It should be in the description. But yeah, that should be plenty enough. Now, we just need to make sure enemies won't fling. So for that, just block the ceiling there. They're not going to be able to fling from this far back. So these will be enough. And it will act also as, deterrent from getting in these bits, because we can put traps on them. So if we go all the way over to this side, we want to do a similar thing here. So if I drop down to this height, we'll just get a ceiling over this. And then we can just do a little bit of this. Like that. Now, obviously, if you do see anything trying to lob from here, I really don't think it will be able to. It's way too far away. Just extend it up one more. Simple as that. And yeah, that is the end of those tunnels. Now, if you want, you can pop some extra blockage here, like so, just to make stuff not want to break out into this sort of, no man's land in the side. And then you can do the same thing here, put some walls on there. I don't think you should need it though. But now that we're down here, we can extend our little chutes all the way down. So this is where enemies will be coming down. Now, as I said, this is going to be smashers pretty much only. I really don't think you're going to see any regular enemies unless your traps aren't all legendary, which you can easily get away with non-legendary traps in Canny Valley. It's a very forgiving area, unlike Twine. Now, for this bit, this wall may trigger smashers, so I'm just going to leave that open, and then from here, we'll just, we could put a ceiling with maybe a zapper on, but from there, that's fine. And then at this side, same sort of thing, like we can probably go without putting a wall there, just have one there, and honestly, from there I wouldn't add any more. If we add a ceiling here, smashers might not be able to fit under it, and they might do some weird stuff. With these chutes, you can place traps in them, but to be honest, if you want to save structures, you can just get rid of anything above ground level. So if I go up to here, I would keep the side ones at the top, but that chute, you can save structures on that if you want. And similarly at this side, I'd keep those back ones and then just do this to help out a bit here. Get rid of those. You can get rid of those. You don't need them all. What would be nice is I'd just put dynamos on these. You can get rid of that one as well. And yeah, that'll just do a little bit of blast damage when they get to the bottom. Should they get to the bottom. Similarly here, this is a bit nicer because we can actually place a floor. You can place a floor like there if you want to do that for the smashers there. But yeah, for the most part, this will be plenty enough. Now, that's all you need for that, but we're going to build a bait and switch, so I think a good place to do it would be here, and then what we're going to do is from here, we're going to take them up like this, come across once more, and then forward to the corner, like this. And what we can do is, you can knock them down here if you want, on this ramp, like that. We'd have a wall lights there. When they come up this thin path, they will get knocked down there. And then up here, we can also, if we do something like this, we can have wall lights there. You shouldn't need too many. You shouldn't need 3. But, if you have the structures and the traps, just go for it. Then for the actual design around the amplifier, so if we get some low walls, we're just going to do the same design we've done before. But obviously, if you haven't seen any of the other videos, especially for Twine Peaks, then this is the design we go for. Basically, just some structure for the smashers to think that we are stopping husks from making it up to the objective. But this isn't obviously doing anything to stop husks. But the AI thinks it is, so it wants to attack it. And because it's raised in the sky, the smashers can't attack it from down here. I mean, if they charge, they will sort of damage the bottom of these but they think they have to go up here, which, by the way, if you want to add another connection or something here, feel free. Mainly on this bit. Oops, oh dear. So if you want to add extra support, I would place stairs there, so that if, for example, this gets broken, the whole thing stays up and doesn't shatter down. But yeah, that's everything you need for that spawn then. So just bear in mind that we will be covering the flanks at that side when we build that direction. But yeah, I'll go ahead and level this stuff up and then get back to you with where to place the traps. So I will see you shortly. Oh, damn, these builds be kind of heftier than Twine ones, eh? It took like 15,000 metal for that bad boy. But now that we've got it all placed down, just need to upgrade that one. Sorry about that. I think some things I did miss was, I think these were still full walls on these initial ones. They can be low, and these with these straight angled ones. But yeah, what we want to do is, I don't think it's totally necessary, but I think to be safe, if we put wall spikes on all of these front ones, just in case stuff does try to break through. That top one's unnecessary. They can't actually physically hit that wall, but if the wall wasn't there, they could walk over it. So I just want to explain that. And then just... Oh, we've run out. Okay, well, let me just change that. Whoopsie daisy. Yeah, we've run out of wall spikes. I think it's because I don't really use them too much, so I didn't have too many crafted. But, yeah. So put them on these. This is probably the most I've ever used, to be fair, on a build. Now, for these areas here, it's up to you what you want to do for traps on these. Sealing electric field would work nicely. Gas traps also. I'm probably just going to go for sealing electric fields, though. Of which I probably want to craft some more of those as well. So I'll just get... I'll do like 50 of them. Right. Yeah. Yeah, sorry. Getting sidetracked with everything here. So, for the spawn traps, I think what would be good is down this central path, definitely, we want the tire drop traps. And then at the sides, we'll do the electric fields. Now, ordinarily, I would do tire drop traps there as well. And I'm just wondering whether it would be better to do ceiling electric field, but no, we'll stick with tire drop traps. And then on this very yeah, we'll keep it actually. The reason being is if enemies do try to break through here, the tire drop trap's great for knocking them back, you know. So yeah, I think it's perfect for all of these. For these ones here, I would just go either a zapper or maybe just a gas trap, you know, to do damage on anything. And then for the rest of these ceilings here at spawn, we're just going to go for drop traps. Now, the one above the amplifier, do ceiling electric field, because enemies can't actually walk on that tile. If you try walking on it yourself, you'll realise you can't either. So the tire drop trap would never really affect anything. I'm just going to upgrade this stuff while I'm here, guys. I am so sorry about that. Just kidding. Why not? Hey, right, for these floors, it's up to you. You could put freeze at the start. I think I'm going to go for mostly wooden floor spikes, and then I'll do a freeze at the end, and then a tar pit right at the end. And then if we do over here, I'll do a similar... Whoops, I went on the roof. Did not mean to do that. Forgot there's a gap in the middle, because, yeah, you don't need ceilings there. Yeah, I'll do the same sort of thing, so I'll do 2, and then I'll do 2 freeze, and then a tar pit at the end. Now, the tar pit is mostly just to stop any smashers, if they did want to charge at this point, from flying out. You know, it'll just stop them from doing that. On the low walls, we want our dynamos. So on every single one of these low walls, get your dynamos going. So we'll go into the other tunnel as well. Get these here. Perfect. Then at the back of where we have these, so on walls that, you know, are looking over the small walls into the tunnels, we want wall darts on all of these. Like that. Just realised I don't have ceilings in this tunnel over here, but we'll just finish these wall dart placements first, and then we'll pop those down. Lovely stuff. So yeah, down the middle, once again, we want tire drop traps. Now, I didn't specifically say when I placed the first ones, but when you place those tire drop traps, make sure you are facing the amplifier so facing that way, as the tires will drop backwards, hence, you know, back out to spawn. Right, all that's left now is any traps in here, so what we're going to do is seal an electric field on that one to zap into enemies sat here, and I'm going to do one there as well, but you can use a zapper here, you know, this ceiling zapper, as it will target single enemies. That would be useful as well, and very powerful. Wall darts at the very back here, broadsides at the side, because they do the most damage in that scenario, and then, as I said, when I place them, place dynamos there to just damage the smashers as they drop, and mini bosses, should you get any there. And then if we go down here, we'll do the same sort of thing. So as I say, Zapper's probably good here. I haven't upgraded the perks on it yet though, so it's up to you. Wall darts at the back, dynamos as they drop. Down here we want broadsides on the sides. This one's up to you. I'm going to do a dynamo there, and then I'm going to do a wall darts at the back, ceiling electric field there, which could be a zapper again, and then dynamos at the side. And because we've got a floor here, you want to do damage. There's no point slowing stuff down here. It's not going to get hit by the traps twice, so do a retractable floor spike if you have one. Yeah, there's no real point doing anything else. Now, one thing I forgot to mention is you might want some sound traps at the entrance to these tunnels. So whether you put a wall there and put one, or there, or get rid of one of these, maybe this side, because it's more to the center. Obviously, you'd sacrifice your darts, but just to stop sploders from, you know, going after your tunnels. As I say, it's up to you where you want to put it. It's not the most important thing in Canny Valley like it is in Twine, but it's good to have, and I think we'll probably put one there, like that, and then at this side, I'll put one there, just to get a little bit of that effect there. Now, one last thing to do is, if you want any traps down here, obviously place these. Just feel free to copy what I'm putting, that's perfectly fine. Absolutely fine. Just going to do that. And then at this side, probably just do dynamos there and there. Then, important as well, is over here, we're going to put a freeze trap on here. I'm going to face this way, as it may knock the enemies down into that bit down there. Then as they come up, we want our wall lights on that one, and that one. You could probably do without that one or the one on the stairs, but I'm placing all of them. And then on these, I'm just going to put some wooden floor spikes, because mini bosses and stuff can teleport onto these, and it just stops them from breaking stuff sometimes, so useful to have. But yeah, that's everything you need for the west amplifier, the west direction, or the northwest amplifier. There you go. It's quite a behemoth, I know, but definitely worth it. Did we place traps on those? I don't know if we did. Let's go over there and find out. I don't think we did. I knew I'd forget. I told you, didn't I? I told you. We can probably place one there as well. Two there, and then gas trap, zapper trap, both would be good. And then there's one round here as well. Right down here. Be good to get some stuff here as well. Probably not going to get enemies here, but better safe than sorry, eh? For 4 structures. 2 structures and 2 traps. Might as well. It may save one of your AFK runs, so best, yeah, to get that down. But yeah, there you go. So we are once again at the northwest amplifier here. Now working on the north spawn. So we've got the west spawn done. If you haven't seen that, check out the video. You're going to need that obviously as well. But for the north, we can check out the spawn here. So there's a little niche spawn here, and I don't know, I feel like I've seen them spawn up on these ones before. Very occasionally. Not very occasionally, very rarely. But the main spawn will be down in this area, up here, and on this higher ledge here as well. So there's a few ways they can get to the amplifier. So obviously we've got this like ledge here, and then there's this lower path which leads up to here, and then there's also a path here which comes up, and then the ones that spawn on that ledge could drop, come here and go in all sorts of weird places. So we'll deal with all of them, don't worry about that. First up, let's just do some block-offs over here. So we have some ramps and some ways that they could get to us. So what we're going to do is we're going to force the enemies to drop down, basically. So if we block this all the way back here, you can add another one at the back if you want, but you shouldn't need it. And you can probably place one here as well, but what we'll do is we're just going to knock them down into here. We'll have wall launchers here, but they might just walk down anyway, because obviously we've blocked this route, so they might want to go down there. But at least this will force them down, and we can do some slowing, but this floor here might get destroyed because the spawn is around about this area. And as I say, I think there might be a bit up here, but they're not going to go anywhere from up here. And I feel like I've seen an occasional one, again, a rare one up here, but I feel like that was just before and they changed it. But we can just add this little block here, and, you know, if you need to add more behind it, please do, if you notice resistance. But then this ramp here, we can just make sure enemies don't come up here. You probably don't need the cones, actually. It's very out of the way. It would just be sort of flingers, lobbers trying to flank. So we can just put a trap at the bottom. You can place another bit up here, but I really don't think you'll need it. Right. So let's get to where they'll be coming up. So this ramp here, they will be coming up to here, and then we can sort of zigzag them and then join them to the enemies that will be coming here. So these enemies will zigzag, and then we'll just bring them forward, and this is where it'll end towards the amplifier. So if you want, you can make these turns a bit later, but the only thing about that is it incentivizes smashers to break through the wall. So what we'll do is we will do this behind with a low wall, and then we can have a bit of extra damage here, but also ensure that enemies don't break through these walls. So that's a nice little bit there. As they come up the ramp here, what we can do is have a low wall with dynamos on and wall darts on there to shoot the enemies. Now what we want to do is just block this side of the ramp. This is where we will want a bit more blockage. So by that I mean making sure we have cones on the top, just to make sure enemies don't, you know, wander up that side or go anywhere weird. To stop enemies from coming down here as well, we can just add a little bit of this. Not totally necessary to add a wall there. We'll just do that. And that. That should stop anything from wandering into a weird place. So, as they come up this ramp, we do sometimes put wall darts there, but if we do that, this wall launcher will bang them into this wall and they'll fall here. Whereas if we leave it open, you know, no wall there, this wall launcher will fling them all the way down, which is what we want. So we'll leave that without anything there. Now you could probably get away with one there, but again, they might clip the top of it, so we'll go ahead and not put one. For this little area, you can either put a wall here, or what we could do is just have that design, or in fact, actually, yeah, we'll do that. Sorry, I was going to change it to be broadsides here, but this acts as a nice sound trap area. You can place one here as well, but the further back you go, the more, you know, you risk sort of, I guess, the spawns. But you know, actually, I'm going to change my mind again because I like to do that here sometimes, and we will do that. Yeah, I like that. So we'll have broadsides pinging here. We can have a floor. You can put floors on the ramps if you want, but it's not really necessary. Now, as I said, there's a spawn up there, and you might even get a little bit on this lower bit here. Just collecting these bushes while I'm here. So what we need to do is just make sure they don't come, you know, onto this area. So we're just going to do that, and we'll just do this. Like that, and just, as usual, get the grid method behind. And then instead of trying to break out this area, they will just drop down here and go up our tunnel. Up there. So nicely done. So you can have more walls down here. You know, you can do extra bits of damage. Just make sure you have a hole on one of these to let these enemies drop down and come in. Yeah, you can add extra damage here if you want with like broadside. There's not going to be too many that spawn on this bit and drop down though, so I wouldn't waste too much in this area. Most of the enemies are going to be coming up this ramp here, because they will be, spawning in this sort of area and coming up here. So you could do a sound trap down here if you wanted. But this is really getting, proper next level build now. Right. So for the spawn, yeah. We want to get a ceiling over the spawn, but let's build this tunnel first, because I like to really mess up the order of stuff. So same here, we're going to have this, build on the ramp as we come down. Now we don't need to worry about having this here, because the enemies flung from here would get blocked by the cliff anyway, and you might want to just put a wall here just to ensure that if your impact is really high and it's a small enemy, they don't end up going outside of the trap tunnel, because that would be a bit dangerous. So, and you can put wall darts on there as well, which will be nice extra damage. Now when you're down here, you can build pretty much everywhere, but we need to make sure part of this is open, because the enemies will be dropping down. So if we leave this ceiling open, probably. So if we just continue that roof there and then do this, what that means is we'll have this bit open for the enemies to fall down. Actually, we can connect it from here. Continue the ceiling on, so we don't need that one. The enemies will drop down to this area, and from here they'll walk towards there. And you can have ceilings here to cover this spawn. Just don't have this ceiling go all the way around. What I would do is probably go up here and then have this, but be careful that they can't get on top of the ceiling from there. So you might be best just leaving it as there. Be nice to have a ceiling here though on the ramp, because tire traps on ramps work really nicely. But I would just leave this one open so enemies don't jump onto the ceiling. And then, our ceiling would probably be from here or up here. And we can just do that. This will go all the way down to the bottom. But if you connect it here, the enemies that spawn up here will be able to get on. So don't connect it that far. Get some ceilings there though if you want, to cover the enemies that come in from there. And then if we raise this up, we can then get a ceiling over that spawn. And similarly here, if you get the floor here to go up, you can get a ceiling over this spawn. Or you can do it from up here or something. You can connect it from here. Either way works. But if we go to this one first, like this. Now, if you want to do tire drop traps, you might want to go one higher. So from here, you would do that. And then if I just quickly edit that, the stuff, you can cover the whole thing. So no need to cover this one, because that wouldn't cover anything. But if you go for here, and then if you bring this down again, you can bring it down here and then cover this bit. So if you do that, there, like that, that's 3 tiles up. So if I can actually get on there, then you can cover this spawn perfectly like this. And you can even put some tire traps over these two as well, to knock them out as additional. And then if you want to just put this all the way back to the edge of the ledge, that is good. Now this all hinges off that one ceiling over there, so you might want to connect this somewhere else, just so that it is, connected somewhere else. So just like that, for example. That way it's got 2 connections, so it doesn't fall. But if you do see enemies targeting, either of these, just add another connection somewhere. But yeah, that'll cover the spawns. Now, Enemies on these might try flinging the objective. So all you want to do to mitigate that is just get a little field here. And actually this connects nicely up to there. So there's your other connection to the ceiling. And you might want to do it in this area as well. Now, most of this is covered. I think the only part they could is probably from there, which we didn't cover because we wanted to make sure enemies can't just walk over the trap tunnels. So, you know, if we just do that, then it covers any flingers. The rest is covered by ceiling, so they won't be able to. Right, so just make sure cover the ceiling everywhere. So for this one, we can cover it from here, or if we bring this up one more, we can do it from here, and then bring this all the way through the main trap tunnel, like that, and add a connection there. Now, if you want, you can add traps to the side. So if you put one here, for example, you can put ceiling electric field on that, and it will zap inwards to there, which would also work here, nicely to the side, and here. And if you wanted, you could put one there as well. Depends how overkill you want to go, but you know, this is an endurance build, so we don't mess around. Get one there as well. Get this set up nicely with a dynamo and a wall darts. Now, when you get to the top of the ramps like this, and you know, other places like here where we're going to have a wall launcher, if you put either a thin wall like this, or a wall like this, or like that, you know, any of these variations work. I like the thin one because it doesn't extend it too much, meaning they're less likely to try break it. And then at the top of the ramp up here as well, for example, get one there, and finally one there. That should be enough. I mean, you can go ahead and put one here as well. You know, it's up to you. We can also add more, you know, traps around here. Just obviously bear in mind that we want to leave this one open. But, you know, from here we're getting into the spawn area, so these ones might break. So yeah, I wouldn't go any further down. But it's a nice place to put like a sound trap on one of these, you know, maybe here. But we'll obviously go over that when we get to the traps. But I think apart from just building a little bit more here, now you could do another iteration of this. So get your low wall, get one there as well, just as a bit more blockade, like this. That. And then at this point, if smashers make it here, they're going to go up our bait and switch. The mini bosses will as well, and the smashers will get knocked off, and the mini bosses will just keep either dropping down or smack some of the bits up there. But yeah, we've got ceilings over all this, and yeah, it's good to go. All we need to do now is level this stuff up. Now, as I say, you can add more blockade if you do see issues here. But yeah, as far as structures goes, that is everything. It's pretty rough. I do appreciate that, but you know, it's a solid piece of kit. It's a good build. So yeah, go ahead and level this stuff up, which is what I will do as well, and then I'll show you where to place your traps. So I'll see you shortly. All right, now that we've got that leveled up, thankfully slightly less structures than before. That voice break though, we can get some of the traps placed down. So for the ceiling traps, what we're going to do is tire traps along the middle. So basically, wherever the husks are going to be, you know, walking. I've just placed these the wrong way around. I just realised when you place them face the amplifier. I'll just leave mine. It's not too important in this area. But yeah, when you place them, you want to be sort of facing the direction the husks would be facing as they move. So yeah, just make sure you don't mess up like I did, and you'll be good. So we'll go that far, and then over here, want them here as well. Now coming back up, wherever we place the ones to the side, like this, we want to place ceiling electric fields. in there as well. And these will zap inwards to the center of the tunnel, dealing extra damage. For the floor traps, I'm going to go for 2 tire traps here. On this one, I'm going to do a freeze, and I'm going to send them back this way. I'll do a freeze there as well, actually, and one here. On this one, I'm just going to do a... Oh, that's a 106. Very. They get changed to 116 when you place them down anyway. Now, alternatively, you can do retractable floor spikes on some of these, which I do now have leveled up to gold perks, all damage. So you can do that on, some of these instead of the freeze. But because we have like wall launchers, maybe I'll just do it on this one, actually. Apologies for changing it. It's not too... You can keep it as the freeze. It's really not going to make that much difference, let's be honest. Then wall dynamos on these low walls. Around here. So just anywhere we've got these low walls. Then on the back of those, we want wall darts to fire inwards. So over here as well. Here we want a wall launcher. Now we're going to go for an impact one here because this is going to be more the bigger enemies that make it back. So same there and there. The full impact ones. Here we're going to do broads. Broadsides or wall darts, it's up to you. The only reason I'm hesitating for broadsides is because we have these walls here. You could change them to those walls instead, and then the cannons will go over properly. Because the ones that come out of this one will bounce weirdly with this. So you can do wall darts and have the thin walls, or whichever works for you. I'll let you decide. Then here on the wall here, I'm going to go for broadsides again. So I'm going to change this one as well to be that design. And on this one, I'm just going to do dynamo. On these walls, as we come up, I'm going to do broadsides either side. Broadsides here. This one, I will do wall darts. Now, for this bit, you can do a wall launcher here, which will be useful for both the enemies, but make it durability. Both the enemies coming up this way will get knocked out, and the ones coming from up here will get knocked out as well. You can do a bit of damage out here if you want. Not overly necessary. I would just probably do a freeze here as they come past, and then we're going to do not retractable, sorry, the wooden floor spikes on that one. That should cover all the traps in this area. We just need to get these tire traps placed. That is a broadside. Well done, Cam. Right. Now for here, we'll do another freeze and use a durability launcher. On the stairs here, we'll do broadsides. We want tar pit, tire drop trap, even the way down, and then a sound trap at the bottom to drop any exploders. Over here, we will do... I'm going to put the sound trap there. I'm going to put this one as a wall darts. Hello? Misclicked that one. Wall darts, please. On these, we will do tire traps, so just facing where the enemies will be walking again as we place those. This one, we're going to go for a durability launcher with a freeze on the floor, and then we'll do wooden floor spikes, which I need to craft some more, so let's just quickly do that. Let's get 30 of them bad boys. This wall will do broadsides. Hello? My game is laggy right now. What else do we want up here? We've got ceilings here, so we want drop trap. Put a darts on here to shoot stuff as it comes through. Broadsides on either side, and then throughout this whole thing, get broadsides. On this wall, it's up to you what you do. I'm going to do a dynamo. We want a... let's go for an impact one here. Then on the floors through here, we're going to go for floor spikes. I'm going to go for a retractable here to deal big damage to stuff that comes through. And then on the wall launcher, we'll do freeze. Now for the ceilings in here, I think I'm going to go for a zap here, because it'll zap stuff as it comes up as well. And then we'll go for 2 zappers to get those smashes that make it here. As we come up the ramp, we want wall darts at the back, and that one on the side. We want broadsides, probably stuff, and then we are now at the point where we've already put stuff down. So all that's left to do is we probably want some wall spikes on these. You can put ceilings here with traps as well if you want, that's up to you. Up here, you can put wall darts there if you want, but I mean, it's really not that necessary. I'd go for a zapper there, ceiling electric field even, and then tire drop traps on these. Then over this spawn, again, tire drop traps. Lovely trap. Best trap in the game, innit? One of the best traps. I still love the broadside more than anything else, really. Over here, we want a wall spike with a ceiling electric field to zap any enemies nearby. On here, I'm going to go for a wall spikes on this one to make sure it never breaks. And then on the sides here, we'll do durability launchers. And on the floor, we can just do freeze. Make sure you're facing this way when you place the freeze, as it does impact a little bit and go over. But yeah, that should be everything then, I believe. Ooh, we have these down here. We probably want to put some wall spikes on these. So get them placed. And then on this wall, get some darts to shoot down. And yeah, that'll do it. Lovely stuff. We've already got the bait and switch built. If you don't know what that is or how we built it, check out the other video. But basically, it's just something to make the smashers think we are protecting the amplifier. So they'll come up here to try break it, and then they'll get knocked down. But yeah, as far as the build goes, you're all set. So, ooh, I didn't level this stuff up here. There's always something I forget to level up. So let's just get this done. And then you can put wall spikes on that one, but I really don't think it's needed. I don't think that spawn is there anymore. I think they removed it or something. Or it was just a bug or something back, years ago. Yeah, there you go. Thank you so much for watching. Hopefully you made it through that without falling asleep. I appreciate it. Please do leave a like, comment, and always subscribe if you haven't already. So now we are on the southeast amplifier over here, which I believe should everybody have. That's asked as a question. I believe everybody should have this amplifier. There used to be a spawn over that direction, but they got rid of that a while ago. So we've just got the south and the east, and I'm going to start with the south up here. So this one's a bit weird because usually the spawns are right behind where the amplifier is, if there is one. But the spawn's actually really far back. They spawn on this raised bit, really far across. So we're going to do similar to what we did on Amplifier B, which is the northwest amplifier, where we had that spawn up there. We're going to split them into two routes, either side of this amplifier here, and then take them basically just straight to the amplifier on these paths. There'll be plenty of room to do huge damage to them as we come down on both of these tracks. And then it allows us to block either side and force the enemies to take the path we want them to take. So if we block the front of the tunnels like this, these can be low walls to get some dynamo damage. And then if we put that, but also if we get a floor edited underneath, we can get even more resistance. Now the one in front of the amplifier here, there's not too much we can do, sadly. But if I just place this one down, in fact we can make this one a straight one like that, and similarly at this side. What we can do is we can build a blockade in front of it like this. And if you want to as well, you can go as far as putting a cone there with an edited floor, just to really stop enemies from wanting to break through that middle bit, just because of the amplifier being there. Now it's getting close to the spawn, so this front stuff may break, but we'll be adding more blockade behind it, so don't worry about that. Now for this one here, you can see that there's no place to place a full wall behind. So we'll do two full walls here and we'll do broadsides. And then from after that, we will carry on the low wall usual stuff all the way to the end on both sides. like this. Now, if you'd rather just do broadsides the entire way down, that's, you know, and have closed walls to save structures, feel free to do that. You know, it's a perfectly valid strategy. But we're going to do this. And then similarly at this side, going to get those low walls all the way down on both sides, like this, and then this one will be a full wall, so we'll make that one a full wall as well to get those broadsides bouncing back and forward. Now, as I say, on the other side, you can make more of these full walls if you want. That's definitely valid. That's up to you, but we're going to carry on the full walls and do wall darts and dynamos. Now for this middle bit, as I said before, we want to block this. So we're just going to add our low walls as we do with previous iterations of this. Now at this point it's not overly important. I'd just carry the low walls on from here. Like this. And then when you get to this point, this is the start of the tunnel. So we'll want to block this area like this. Now, because enemies can obviously spawn up the top here and walk down, we probably want to block this like this instead. And this crater moves out of the way. We'll just sort of do this like that. And this will stop any enemies from being able to get through. And then what we'll do behind it is we'll just have our edited cones with the grid method behind. Like so. Making sure you get every every nook and cranny filled in here. Now for this one we can just place a floor so that it has added resistance. Doesn't really matter which way around the cone goes on that one, to be honest. I appreciate this is a lot of block off, but again, it is a wide spawn, so we need to just make sure that enemies are not going to come through. So, yeah, it's quite a lot, as I say, but it will then stop the enemies from wanting to break through. Now, this little corner here, you could add another one, but just bear in mind that we want to make sure not enemies come up the bottom there, so we'll just put a wall as extra deterrent. And then outside here, just add this block off like that. This can be a full wall, doesn't necessarily need to be a low wall, you know, it's not really that important. Then here we want to add that block off, but we also want to have another floor here, because this is a location where we've had less, you know, we can't have one here. And then behind the center of it, this is where we want to, you know, either do floors, or you can just do cones all the way down. But if you do see resistance at the front middle, all you need to do is just add some floors under these, but I think you should be fine without it. And then we'll add these down to here. And the same here. Then to mirror that side, we will do this. We're placing a ceiling by accident. And then this is where we started the tunnels at that side, so we can do the same here. Now, there will be spawns up here. So these guys will probably want to either come down this route or down here and then get to the amplifier this way. Now, in the past, I have built a tunnel here as well, but that then, on top of the two up here, you know, it becomes a lot. So, oops. Just want to add another cone here, though. Like that. Just want to make sure we get it all consistent. Just interrupt myself mid-thought. Like that. And then you shouldn't need any more behind this. But yeah, we need to block off this to stop enemies from wanting to come this way. Now you probably want to put one here as well. Like that. And if you do see, you know, stuff breaking at the front, add more back here, but I don't think you'd need it. And then we need to block off this as well. And this bit round here as well. So the enemies that do spawn around this area, we want them to, you know, they can come down here, but they'll hopefully come up this ramp and then go down the tunnel. So we just need to stop them from wanting to come this way. Now there is this ramp here as well. So all we can do here is just extend the wall that we have on the other one. Like that. And all the way across here. Like so. And at this point, you know, they could go down there and go wherever. So we'll just add that as well. There is these paths, and there's so many different ways enemies could come round. So it's just being sensible about it and going up to any path you see that they can come round. So for example, down here, you know, they could then come down here and go up there or whatever. But at this point, if they come here, don't worry about it, because we're going to have trap tunnels here for the other direction, and this is blocked. And we'll just add some traps here if enemies did try come up that tunnel. So that should be enough. But as I say, if you do see stuff try to break through there, just add more block-offs behind this. But as I say, the only place they're going to want to come through is like here or up this ramp. So you can just add a block-off on this ramp and some here if you do see them trying to break through. But for that, now we can add some ceilings to this. So what we're going to do is have a 2 high ceiling here. Or even, yeah, we'll do 2 high. Reason being is that we will then have ceiling electric fields zap into the center. So it doesn't matter too much where you start the ceilings from. But generally, I like to bring it up here where the spawn is. And then from here, we can cover the spawns. So as I said, there is a bit on the top up here. So we'll just cover that. And then we're just going to take this all the way across. Bearing in mind that we do have this blocked, so there's not a whole lot of need for it to be covered by traps. And then go up to the block-offs here. Now you can go another one. And you can also raise it up even higher at the spawn area. So you can go up to 3 tiles. So if I just do this, oh, if I can get back up. So for the spawn traps, we will go an extra tile higher, but for the actual trap tunnels, we will be 2 blocks up. The reason being is that we will be using ceiling electric fields, which only zap down 2 tiles for the trap tunnels. But for the spawn, we'll be using tire drop traps, which go 3 tiles. So that's the reason for that. Now, we just keep consistent with that side. We can start this here. And come in across this like so. All the way to the end. Now, there is obviously this area that enemy can flank round. So just bear in mind that round this cliff, there's probably a little route that enemies can take. So they could go down this bottom track and come up that ramp. They could come across this middle track. Either way, they'd be able to get to the objective. So if we just do this here, that will block the top track. And then for the bottom track, it's up to you how you want to block it and where you want to block it. You can just do that. The only negative of doing that is you can't put a healing wall on it. So if you come down here, you can do it from here. If I just get rid of this rock real quick. Get rid of my boy Dwayne. And then a ceiling trap, just to do a bit more damage if you need to. But yeah, that'll stop any enemies from being able to get round this way. It saves us having to put, loads of walls around this area. We shouldn't, need to do that with that blockade. Perfect. So now all there is to do, really, is get some spawn traps. So if we take this one tile higher, this will act as a lobber shield as well. But if you want to come this far and get these, just don't bother covering those center ones, but you can cover in front of them. That's definitely important to do. And then go all the way up to the block offs and just cover round those. Now you can go another tile back if you want. If you really want to hit them when they spawn, but they're going to walk into these traps either way, so it's not overly important. And for the enemies that might want to break through these blockades, you can continue the ceiling round and basically just track the edge of it, like this, and get tire drop traps on those. It's a bit over the top. We will have wall spikes on them, and you can put other traps, so you could have like wall darts here shooting at the enemies if they did try to get in them. There's a few ways you can do it. Feel free to add those as well if you want. So just like these, cover that area, that area, that area, and then if we put a wall darts there, that'll cover this track. So that's all covered. And then all we need to do now is just the end of the tunnel. So at the moment, they're going to drop down here and then go to the objective, which is fine. That's what we want them to do. You can add side stuff here, like this, and a ceiling there. Enemies will drop here, and it's only really going to be smashers. So from here, you can probably get away with 0 build. Like, we're going to have a bait and switch if we want, to deal with the smashers. So if you want to do less damage in this area, don't build anything, basically. But if you want to add anything, obviously feel free to copy what I'm doing. And it's not necessary to build a chute down here, and we can't have a proper floor at the bottom. What you can do if you want, though, is build like a artificial platform for them to go on, and then bring them out again. As I say, it's up to you how you want to go about it. Now, I'm just going to get rid of this. Now, for the bait and switch, we can take them over this low area down here. I'm just appreciative that we have an amplifier down there, but this ramp here we can use to let the smashers come back up. But when we build the east direction, we're going to be blocking this ramp off because we don't want enemies to come through. But at the same time, we will be blocking this tunnel. So if you do need a bait and switch, what we can do is from the center of the amplifier here, if we bring them out, and then if we turn them to the side and then turn them again up here, we can then bring them like this. And then from here, we'll just go straight to the corner of the amplifier. Now the wall lights will be on this wall here, which will knock them down all the way down there. And then up here, we'll have a second one, just in case there's a lot of them, and they'll get knocked down into this area. And then they'll have quite a far way to get back up. Then for the actual build of the bait, so if you don't know what this is, it's basically just a structure around the amplifier that makes the smashers think we're defending it, stop, husks from being able to get in there. Obviously, we know this does nothing. They can just walk into the amplifier, but it tricks the smasher AI, and if they ever change this, God knows what we'll do in Twine, but, to get these pillars on where the floors are, and then arches all the way around, that is your bait. So, yeah, you can add more structural support to this ladder. So if you place one here, this wall would stay here on its own. Try to find another staircase where that's applicable. So like there, for example, it's the same situation. So if that floor gets broken, for example, the whole thing stays up. So for this back here, I think what ended up happening was the spawn sort of broke this wall, and I think potentially the floor as well. I'm not sure if the enemies broke the floor or the spawn broke the floor. It's worth keeping them both in as they were, with, you know, wall spikes on. If it doesn't get broken by the spawn, it might not do on some runs, you know, because the spawns are a bit random where they place themselves. But all you need to do is just add some more blockade here at the back, like this. And what I do is also just block the top of this ramp. Now you can add more if you need to, but this is the only place I saw them break out. And once I added this midway through the Endurance, which was made out of regular metal, I didn't level it up, that stopped the enemies from breaking out, so I think that should be plenty enough. But obviously if you need more, add more. But yeah, that's your structures. Now, the only thing to mention before we get to the traps is if you are seeing lobbers being able to target the amplifier from anywhere. Now, we're very far away, but for example, from here, they might be able to. So all we want to do is just put these like that. And the only other place I can think they might be able to target the amplifier is over here by these block-offs. So what you can do is if you extend this ceiling here and just basically stencil the block-offs we've made like that. And then we can put tire drop traps on these as well. So one, it acts as a lobber shield, and two, that's too high up actually. Just realised we'll have to drop it down one. So right here. In fact, we can drop it here. Do that. And then from here, same thing. Cover that. And yeah, we can put tire drop traps on these. Now, there is the gap here, which if enemies were stood here, they could probably target the amplifier. So just block this. I don't think they'll be able to target it from here. So don't be worried about that. Oops. This is all pretty, you know, over the top stuff, just to make sure we don't get any unwanted issues, you know. And you can also sort of connect these ceilings to the chutes we made, just to give it extra support. But yeah, I appreciate it's a lot for this one. This is probably the most we built on any of the amplifiers in Canny. Now, you could try get one tunnel, you know, down some sort of central path and block off either side, but I think you're going to come into a lot of issues with enemies breaking out the side of it if you try that. So yeah, we'll go with this, and yeah, once you've leveled this stuff up, which is going to take a lot of metal, I appreciate that, come back and I'll show you the trap placement. So I'll see you shortly. Wow, that was a lot of metal to level that stuff up. I just wanted to call this out, that I've realised with this blockade here, the enemies could just drop down here and then come up the ramp. So this one down here, we want to move up here and block. We just, oops, might be metal. If we block the ramp like that, you can put one on the side as well, just to make sure they don't glitch through, but we can do the same sort of thing here, and yeah, that acts as the same. I think we can place traps while we're here, actually, so let's go ahead and put wall spikes here. I'm going to have to craft some more again, because, like I said, I don't really use wall spikes too much in this area. Ceiling electric field on the side, on the ceiling even. It is a ceiling trap, it is in the name. But yeah, I appreciate that's taken a lot of material. I think it's probably like 4 stacks of metal. And God, I haven't even finished upgrading this stuff. There's always something I miss. So yeah, I appreciate it's a lot. You could probably strip back on some of the block offs here. Like, this is quite out of the way. You know, these back pods here, you could probably get rid of. That corner one there as well, you could probably get rid of. And I appreciate this is a lot. Now, the 2 tunnels, as I said when building them, you can make them smaller if you want. So if you just have these as full walls all the way down and do broadsides, you'll save on these back ones. You can probably get rid of these blockades in the middle. And then the ceilings, if you want, just have tire drop trap down the middle or even just have the ceiling flat here and do like gas with ceiling zappers towards the end. You know, feel free to do that. I have the infinite mat grinder, which if you don't know about that, check out the video for that. It's linked in the description. But, you know, I can get access to infinite metal very easily, so I might as well build crazy like this. But yeah, for the actual traps, what we're going to do is wooden floor spikes, and then we will do some freeze. And then we'll do 2 retractable, and then a tar pit at the end. Then if I go in this one, we'll do the same sort of thing. So tar pit, 2 retractable, and I'll just do 1 freeze because this one is shorter than the other one. Make sure you're facing that way when you place the freeze, and then retractable floor spikes. Now on the walls, obviously on all the low walls, we want wall dynamos. So if you get these placed on all of these, then on the far walls, we want wall darts to shoot into the tunnels. Like that. Now, when I come to do my alt account in Canny, I'll probably redo these videos and, you know, really test a more smaller design, broadsides on these two. But for the time being, you know, we're going to stick with these. Now, we want wall darts on this back wall to shoot enemies as they come down the path, and then dynamos at the side to damage them as they fall down. Zap trap there, ceiling zapper even, I always call it the wrong thing. Tire traps all the way down here. Make sure you're facing the amplifier when you place them, as that will make the enemies stumble back into spawn. And then if we get them on all of these as well. So I'll probably fast forward this, but pretty much just look at the amplifier while you place these ones. Apart from the ones over the blockades, just face the blockade when you place them, as it will knock them away from the blockade. And then just at the end here, we want a ceiling electric field above that, because no enemies are going to go on top of that, so tire traps wouldn't do anything. Now for this bit here, I appreciate you can probably get rid of this stuff, you know, like, it's probably not necessary, and it might get destroyed by spawns and whatnot anyway. And then on these walls, I'm just going to have to craft some more again. Get too many of these bad boys going. But yeah, I'll let you know if you need to put this back in for if you get issues, you know, from enemies trying to break through. At the sides, I'd do it as well, and then you could put some here. I'm not sure you'd need it though, and you could put some down here, but we're going to have traps above, so I don't think you'd need, you know, I'd maybe just go for this one at the side, because this is the more direct path. And then like here, for example, you could put a wall darts to shoot any enemies that are trying to break through. And then the traps up here, we can do some electric field on these ones. And then for these ones, some tire drop traps. Lovely stuff. I'd put a tire drop trap there as well, just to knock anything that does try break through there. Then over here, I would just do wall spikes on these two. If you do see resistance on these, obviously add wall spikes. I think maybe these two will be the ones, just because we have less built here. But the rest should be fine, so just go for these wall darts, which should shoot anything that tries to break through any of those. And we've got the drop traps above anyway, so that will do plenty there. And then at the sides here, we want ceiling electric field. As I say, if you need structures back, or you want to save on traps and stuff, just do a single ceiling and do it low, and do, you know, gas or whatever you would prefer. Now we're just going to repeat the same sort of traps down here as we did at the other side. So dynamos on the low walls, then behind the dynamos, and at the end of the tunnel here, we'll do wall darts. So we'll have these shooting in. All of these. Like that. These two at the end, I mean, you could just do broadsides instead. It's a bit extra. But, you know, it's up to you. Now for the center, we want our tire drop traps again. So all the way down. This will stumble the enemies. And then at the side, once again, as well as at the top of there, we'll do ceiling electric field to zap all of the enemies. You know, if this was Plankton, we could easily build less, but because it's canny, we're getting to that sort of level where, you know, the endurance... I missed one wall. We get to the sort of level where enemies get to high enough power level where they can do some real damage if you're not careful with them. Now down here, I'd probably just go for like a retractable and then some broadsides at the sides. Not going to bother with that wall, to be honest. Probably not needed. This is just for mini-bosses and smashers, just to give a bit of extra damage at the end. And then we have the bait and switch for them anyway. So yeah, that should be everything, I believe. Apologies for such a ridiculously over-the-top build for this. You know, I try my best. I'll be, you know, testing and trying to readjust this one because this is way more than we ever built in Twine, I think. So yeah, I appreciate you making it all the way through. Hopefully you aren't too angry with me for using so many structures, but please do let me know in the comments how you feel about it. Leave a like if you did enjoy, found it useful, and obviously subscribe as always. So we are once again on the southeast amplifier here, which is my C. Apologies for the massive build from the south direction. If you haven't seen that, check it out. But as an apology for using so much metal for that, we're going to do a super efficient build for this one, which will use barely any metal, I promise. Yeah, I promise. So, yeah, it's quite easy, this one, actually, because the spawn is down here, in this area down here, and there's only a few ways they can get up, but yeah, those directions are quite easy to defend for. So they've got this sort of route up here, but we have blocked this for our other build, so you might want to put, you know, some traps on this, which I appreciate. I forgot last time, so just pretend like that didn't happen. You can block off the bottom of this ramp as well if you want, but the spawn will just be behind the amplifier here. That you know, is optional. If you have this amplifier placed, which you think you can do. Yeah, we did it. We've done a build for this. If you have this amplifier, obviously you're not going to have a spawn for here, so you don't need this video. But if you want to watch for educational purposes, then feel free. Now, there's another route over here they could take. So through this little tunnel here, they could go up here, and this leads to where our bait is. So we need to make sure they can't come up here. So we're just going to block this tunnel, like so. And that should be plenty enough to stop anything from wanting to come through. Now we'll build other blockades around here when we do the other amplifier. But just in case you don't have that, you know, you can... well, the blockade for this amplifier would be like the... Oops. A bit further out. Would be like this. You know, we want to stop enemies from coming up here. And you can put sort of cones behind these if you want, as an extra layer of blockade, but I really don't think you need it. The more important bit is this bit at the top. And for efficiency, as I said, to save, you know, structures, we're going to just leave it at that. Now, this is going to be the main path they come up. So this ramp up here, and you'll notice it's got this sort of ridged effect, which we've done in the past. So if you place a floor here, you'll notice that you can't walk up here without jumping. The husks can't jump, so make sure you get rid of that. Otherwise, you'll get issues with the enemies there. Now, what you can do is, well, we'll put a launcher on here, but what you can do to extend their path is have a nice thin wall there to make sure they get hit by the launcher. Get sent down. You can damage them as they come up this ridged area. You know, you can have like dynamos on the sides there. You will have traps above, all that good stuff. If you want, you can have traps on the ramps as we come up, but I'll probably do without. I don't know. I change my mind every time. No, you know what? For this one, we'll go ahead and do it. It's only one. Then when you get up here, you'll want to limit them to come up one side of this ramp. So what we'll do is we'll sort of curve them like this, because then we can use wall launchers to send them back down and stuff. So you might want to get rid of that wall just to send them further. And what you can do instead is if you have a wall there, you can put wall darts on that one, and that will also connect to the ceiling, which will then extend out to spawn. As they come up here, you can have more extensions if you want, like this, for example, and then one here. It's not overly necessary. The main important one is this one. Also block that side as well. So it's not too important to get that. And then as they come up this ramp, you know what, we'll build them up as well. Make sure at the side you're blocking this so that enemies don't go in weird places and do weird stuff. As they come up, we can do damage like this, and if we do that, then when we have a wall launcher at the top here, they'll get sent out. You might want to put walls here just to make sure that enemies don't get lobbed out over here, for example, in like a weird scenario where they manage to make it over this. Not overly necessary though. I'll test it without, and I'll let you know how that goes. Once you get to the top, you can do dynamos at the side here, because we can do walls, with stuff there fleeing in, and you can do one there as well. The ceilings up here, we'll just do low, and then we can zap inwards with ceiling electric fields, which is a bit over the top for these ones, but it's up to you. You can definitely keep those in. Get that for some wall darts and a dynamo. Then when we get to here, we probably want to wiggle them, zigzag them. So instead of having that for wall darts, we will just, oops, didn't mean to place that one. We will get them here and then, do this sort of thing. This wall here might trigger smashes, so at this point you can just leave it open. Now, for this bit, you might want to close this off to put wall darts on or something, but the wall darts here on this one will go through, so that will act for both of those. Get the ceiling closed, get to here with the ceiling, and then, from here, they will then go to the bait and switch if they are still alive, so you don't need to build any more than this. But what you can do if you want is you can either put a wall launcher here with having it a full wall, send them back to here, or if you want to do a low wall with extra damage, feel free to do that. You can do the same thing here as well. Have that as a low wall, have wall darts there, for example, and put a ceiling there for electric field. And let's make sure we're not messing with. There's a chance the smashers might fall on this, but I don't think they will. They should fall down there. Good stuff. I'd avoid placing it here. It's getting a bit close to the amplifier. We'll just leave that open from here. And this looks good. Only thing you might want to do is just add an extension here to make it so that they're more likely to get by this wall launcher. But as far as structures goes, that's all you need for that. You could add more blockages here, which sort of ties into the other side, the other direction. But we've got quite a lot there, so I really don't think you'd need any. But as far as the spawn traps go, we will put a ceiling up there. If I can just... I mean, I am a ninja, so I could just do that. Oh my god, this is so professional. Help! Someone help me! I'm having issues. I'm actually struggling. Not gonna lie. Alright, here we go. Here we go. So apologies for that. Get the spawn traps like this all the way back here. No need to go any further back than this, but you can bring it this way as well, and then take it all the way up to the blockade here. Now what you can do is add a block there, and just put walls in between. The reason we're not putting ramps is because this is sort of a double blockade, so it blocks that spawn for the other amplifier from coming around, and it blocks this spawn as well. The spawns end up breaking this wall here. I think this wall remained, but then they started breaking through it. So what I'd recommend for this is to just add some more, support behind this. You shouldn't need all this, but I'm just going over the top to make it absolutely clear to these husks that we do not want them breaking through. And then you can add one here as well. I didn't see any resistance on this side. You know, they never tried to break through here, but it's just in case. It's always better safe than sorry. And you can even go as far as to put some more there. And if you really need to, if you really want to, you can add more at the back like this. But this is really over the top and shouldn't really be necessary. But I thought I'd just show you, just in case.
If you're enjoying the video so far, thank you so much for watching, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our members. Thank you so much to the current members we have, and just wanted to go over the tiers to anyone else that might be interested. So we have 5 tiers from Stonewood, Plankton, Canny, Twine, all the way up to Epic Founder, and as you can see on screen we have these amazing benefits at each tier, getting more and more as you go up. So yeah, if anyone's interested, just look for the join button next to the subscribe button, and thank you so much for your time. Cheers, enjoy the rest of the video.
So if I can get back up to our ceilings up here, you might just want to extend that just to cover that one. And then this will go to here, extend this all the way back here, and cover that. You can cover this one as well, but it's not really that necessary because no enemy is going to walk there because we have these walls to sort of, you know, force them to go there. Only thing you might want to do is just cover this one like that. Reason being is to stop flingers and lobbers from being able to target the amplifier from this sort of area. They shouldn't be able to target it from down there, so this will act as your lobber shield as well as your spawn traps. So yeah, now that you've got that placed, we've already got the bait and switch built from the previous video, so if you haven't seen that, check it out. It will be towards the end of these structures. It should be tagged with, you know, a timeline, time stamp even. But yeah, basically all we're doing is just bringing them up and bringing them to the top of the amplifier, which acts as the bait for the smasher. They think it's protection for the amplifier. They go up and then they get knocked off and they just keep repeating. Same with the mini-boss, except the mini-boss won't get knocked off by the light traps, but they will just mess around up there. So yeah, now that you got that stuff placed down, as you can see, we've only used 1,130 metal, which is far less than previous, so not quite small enough, I think, to be able to not fill up on metal again, but we'll only have to fill up once. So you're welcome for saving on this one. But yeah, get this stuff leveled up, as will I, and then I'll show you where to place the traps. So I'll see you shortly. Lovely stuff. So yeah, I didn't use too much metal on that, thankfully. One thing I wanted to cover before we start is on this connection to the bait and switch, we probably want to put a trap at the bottom. Missed that out on the previous video, so apologies for that. But yeah, if we start near the amplifier, what we want to do is get a tar pit on the last one just to stop any smashers from doing weird things. But then at the top here, we're going to do 2 retractable floor spikes to do huge damage. On here, we want to do a slowing, so we'll do wooden floor spikes because we will have a wall launcher, which wants to be the high impact one. And then for the ceilings, we're going to do high damage ceiling zapper across the middle, including that one. And then from here, we'll do tire drop traps down the ramp. Then all the ones to the side will do ceiling electric field, as these will zap into the center trap tunnels. The only ceiling trap that's going to do anything there. Wall darts in these back rooms that sort of shoot, you know, into the trap tunnels from outside them, including there. Then wall dynamos on the low walls we have around this area. What else are we missing? There's a wall here. This one's dealer's choice, to be honest. You can do wall darts, you can do dynamo. I'm going to do a dynamo. You could stun them if you wanted, you know, it's completely up to you. I'm going to do broadsides on here. On the ramps, because we have the tire drop traps, I'm actually going to do damage on the ramps for those smashers and mini bosses. Because yeah, the tire drop traps are gonna make them fall down anyway and slow down and stuff. For this area, we've got launchers set up, so I'm gonna just use wooden floor spikes to slow the enemies. And then on this ramp, same logic. Yeah, I'm gonna use a damage retractable. So we've got all those stuff set up. This wants to be an impact launcher, but then on this one we will do durability. And on this one, definitely durability. Yeah, for those enemies coming in. because there'll be regular enemies more than high damage ones. So for this one, I'm going to do a ceiling zapper here, and then on this one, I'm going to do electric field, and then as they come up the ramp, and for the rest of them, we will do tire drop traps. Make sure you face in the direction I'm facing as I place them, and then for the spawn, all you need to do is just face the amplifier pretty much for all these. When it's next to a blockade, you want to face the blockade, as it will push them away from the blockade. Over the amplifier there, just leave it blank. You can put a tire drop trap if you want, but it's probably not going to do much because enemies can't walk there, so it's not going to really do anything. Ooh, I ran out of tire drop traps and placed a zapper. Let's get some more of those crafted, and let's replace this ceiling. So it's this one here. Hate when that happens. I should probably just craft loads more, but I'm running out of the twine, so I'm just... It doesn't take too long to get it with my farming build, which I'll be working on a video for that soon. Now this one up here, you're not going to affect anything with this. This is just for lobber and flinger shield, really. So yeah, I'm just going to go back up here real quick. Hope you guys don't mind, just to level that up, because I'm going to forget otherwise. It's not overly important, but yeah. Now on this ramp up here, you want to do a broadside on one side and then a sound trap on the other side to deal with those sploders. You can even get another one down here, for example, put another sound trap. Hello? Lets me place it, eventually. And when we are here, either damage or a stun, like you could do a light trap to stun the enemies, but I'm just going to go for a dynamo. This wants to be darts to shoot the enemies as they go up the ramp here, and then broadsides here. Broadside here. Now it might interact a bit weirdly with this wall, but don't worry about that, it's not too important. And then I'm going to do dynamo there, and then I think that covers all of them. The only thing you might want to do is put wall spikes on these with the healing attribute. Probably not overly necessary, we have quite a lot of stuff, over there, but just in case, just to stop, weird stuff going on. But yeah, that should be everything you need then. So yeah, that's quite a short one, thankfully. We've had quite a lot of long ones here in Canny. So we are on the last amplifier now, or at least my last amplifier, which is the East amplifier, my amplifier D. And this one has 2 spawns, so long as you have an amplifier placed up there at the southeast. So if you don't have that one, you might get a spawn up there. So please do let me know in the comments if you have that, and I will look to build a video for that. But yeah, we're going to cover the north direction here, which is actually a shared spawn with the north amplifier over there. You can see on the map, this is a spawn for there. We've got everything set up, so if you haven't seen that, check out that video. But pretty much we've just put wall darts around the edge and then tire drop traps at the top over here. And then this is a tunnel that leads to the amplifier, which is trapped out. If you don't have the amplifier, I think everyone does though, so I think that should be all right. You get that trapped out, and then we blocked up this tunnel here, which, yeah, it's just full of metal in there, so they can't get through. So what we're going to do is bring up this main ramp, and we will block off this other ramp, so we can start with that. So the spawn for the other amplifier actually spreads quite close to here. It's quite a wide spawn, so we can't really place a wall. It will probably get destroyed by that, so we'll just start like this. And if we just do with the usual block offs like this, and to here. Now if you do see any sort of resistance on this, you can add floors edited like this inside, which will add extra resistance, but that should be plenty of stuff. The only not issue, but the only downside to that spawn being there is that we can't have a wall with healing on, but we can put a trap underneath there, and honestly this should be enough to stop them from going there anyway. The enemy should want to come through here. Now we do have hotspots around this ramp area. I believe it's at the bottom, around this sort of area, so we can't build at the bottom of the ramp, and this may get destroyed. So we could just get rid of that now, to be honest, because it's probably going to get destroyed. I think they pop up here and over here somewhere. So we can't build there, but we can build, before that, we can build a little bit, and, you could try building floors here, for example, but you're not really going to get to do too much. So what we'll do is In this area here, we can utilize a little bit more damage by having some low walls for dynamos. And yeah, we've got those there already. We can do the same thing here. Now, whether you want to keep these floors or not is up to you. If you do have them, enemies will be forced to come up this side. And what we could do is have a launcher into a room, you know, classic type thing that we usually do. But if you don't, you can do this instead. Like so. And you can also get, you know, a low wall here with a full wall behind to shoot in. Now, as I say, any further towards the amplifier and those are probably going to get destroyed by the hot spots. So, you know, the little lava things that come out of the ground. It may damage the stuff around here as well. But we can put ceiling traps over and then do plenty of damage when they get to the top of the ramp as well. So there's a few options. So you could block this part of the ramp. Now, you wouldn't be able to place a wall here, I don't think, because I think it would get blocked or destroyed even by the hotspot. But you could do this, and then you could bring them up the ramp like this and sort of zigzag them towards the objective. The positive thing about that is that we can put a wall launch here to send the enemies flying down. And, you know, we can have one there as well. And then here we can just do damage at the side. Now, it's up to you if you want to go for that, or if you just want to bring them up the ramp in a central place. So what that would look like is like this. And then here we'd have a low wall. Here we'd have a low wall. And you'd just repeat this twice. So you'd have this here and here, there and there. Now, for the most part, the enemies that are going to be getting to this point will probably be smashers and mini-bosses. So the first design probably isn't too effective because your wall launchers are going to be less likely to knock the smasher back. I mean, if you're using 130s, it should be fine. But that sort of build is better for recycling smaller enemies. So we'll probably just go for this design. We can do plenty of huge damage with this sort of build, which is why it's perfect. And what we'll do is we'll have a low wall here because we'll use ceiling zappers and ceiling electric field at the side. And that will be doing huge damage. Now, when the enemies come up the ramp, you can also have dynamos there. And you can also extend the full walls for some wall darts. As well as the ceilings, obviously, keep the ceilings going. And then you can get a wall at the back with some wall darts on. Or a dynamo, whichever way you want to go about it. But yeah, that's all we can build for there. Now, we do want to block these sides like so. So we'll just use low walls just to make sure that enemies... Well, we don't need one this side, but we can add one here just to prevent enemies from breaking out the side. And then just another one here for block-offs there. Now, we can get rid of the floor there as well, because that was from the sort of zigzag design. And then at this point, smashers would, you know, get to the objective, and we'll build a bait for them, don't worry. A cheeky bait and switch. Now, for the ceilings, what we can do is, as I say, have it over this area. So we have one there. Like this, and like this. Now, if you're worried about enemies dropping down from the top of cliffs, because there are some spawns up here, honestly, there's not much you can do about it. There's no point bringing the ceiling down here and back up again to stop enemies, because they can just, you know, for example, if they're up here, they'll just walk over here towards the objective. So we'll just do this with the ceiling, and that'll be plenty of damage. So, for those spawns up here, you can get them on this sort of edge of the cliff here. Because the spawn is around this area, it goes wide, so it spreads over this area. You'll get some here. The main bunk will be down there. You can get some on that sort of ledge there, like you can with the other amplifier, the one over there. And then you can get some on the top there as well. So we're going to have to build for all of these. So what we're going to do is, if we build up here, like so, just build up again. This, and then get a ceiling. We'll put tire drop traps on these to hit the enemies. Now you can go up one higher if you want. It's not too much of a difference, to be honest. And then what we can do is on this, we can use a wall launcher as well to knock them down here, at which point they'd have to drop down and, you know, go the normal way. If they did make it past this, though, you know, you can add block-offs to make sure enemies can't get to the objective. So that would just be in the form of like that, basically, you know, just something like that. And then you can have some traps on. You might want to cover that corner. I don't think the enemies can get through, but I guess just if you're paranoid. But then the enemies might drop down here and go over your tunnel. So it's up to you how you want to do it. You could then put walls here to stop that, and but you know they can get there from here. That's why it's a bit awkward. But at least with these blocking, what we can do is, as I said before, I think I said not to do this, but we can make this bit higher so the enemies can't jump on, or just have it open like this, you know, either way. Or we can just bring the ceiling to this height. That way, if the enemies do drop down from there onto that ledge, they can either drop onto that ceiling or go to there and drop down to here. You could probably put, you know, just like a little one of them to make sure they can't cut onto this corner. But yeah, with this bit being lower, they'd have to come here, and then they'd go through the tunnel as normal, as the rest of the enemies would. So that is the reason for that. Then we've got the other side. So if we come over here, so right here, they can spawn on that ledge just as they can for that amplifier. They can spawn on that ledge over there and at the back. So what we can do is just do some damage to them as they come up, like so. Put wall darts on there, and you know, just put some damage on here as they come up. It's up to you how much you want to do. You probably don't need too much, but I'll just do this and put ceilings over it, and then let them come out. At this point, as I say, they would go towards the objective, but I really don't think the enemies would. It wouldn't be smashers, it'd just be like lobbers, you know, regular husks. So this should definitely deal with them. But if you do notice any come through on, you know, one of your runs, just add a bit more damage. But it is a rare spawn anyway, so you shouldn't get any trouble. Then they could actually spawn on this bit here, which is basically just above that one. You know, they could spawn on this bit. You could try blocking off from here, but I think it might get destroyed by the spawn. So what you can do is block from here. Now the only issue is with this ceiling, they can obviously walk over the ceiling. So what we'll do actually for this, so apologies for this, what we can do is, one, we can have wall launchers here with slowing, and any enemies that come from this side and come to this way will get launched on top of that tunnel, and they'll have to go down the usual way. You can try blocking this bit off, as I said. You can. Maybe if you get rid of that one as well, they might be inclined to go down there, so that would be useful. And, you know, this might get destroyed, but at least it's a way to try stop them, and if you do that, it should disincentivize them. But yeah, if we do that, and now that we have this placed here, we can place a raised ceiling for the ones that come up this area. Again, this is a bit over the top, but, you know, we like to go over the top on Cammy G for the endurance because it needs to be fully AFK and guaranteed. So that's the Cammy G guarantee. That's why we're doing that. What you can do though as well, if you want, is add another layer back here of blockades if you want, like this. And that should really stop anything from, you know, being able to go this way onto the objective. And that should cover that. Now all that we need to do is get a bait and switch. There's a few places. Obviously over here we have a ramp, which is quite close to this bait and switch here actually. And you could come up here and extend it up here or something and bring them to here, but it's a bit more out of the way. There is a ramp here, however, which comes naturally quite high up. And then if we bring them here, we can then bring them towards the amplifier. So we would probably bring them down some stairs at some point, but if we go flat first, and then if I can get some stairs edited like that, if we bring them down from here and get a wall there, this wall lights would knock them down to here. They'd have to come back up and go along it again. Now, as we've done in the past with other builds, we want a little bit of extra connection here. So what I'm going to do is just add that connection there, and I'm going to get a pair of stairs underneath here in the ground. If I can. There we go. So now if I get rid of this structure support, and if I break this one, it stays intact because of these stairs. I appreciate that was a long-winded way of doing that, but, you know, that's fine. And now once we're here, we can then come to the corner like this. So, you know, instead of knocking them off at the stairs, you could just knock them off here. So by that, I mean, get that full, and then here you could have 2 walls, where if you edit them like this, these smashers would have to walk along the edge. Now, if you want, you can do that, and you can also do that. So the smashers will have to come here. They'll always be on this side, and these lights will knock them down to here, and then they'll have to go back up. Then at this corner, this is where we would build this, like that. The only issue you might get with this is it's quite close to this build to the amplifier, so smashers might actually try charge this. So if you do see that, just go back to the other design, or just do that. I mean, you know, that works. Just make sure if you are building it like this, and you don't have this wall, well, yeah, you can have this as a regular floor now. But yeah, that works if you want to do that instead. It's up to you. It really is up to you how you want to go about it. Pretty much the same as the one before, so it's probably a better way to do it anyway, to be honest. Then for the bait and switch, so if you don't know about this, if you haven't seen it before, what this is doing is basically making the smashers think that there is a defense around the objective. So it sees this and thinks this stops not smashers, regular enemies from making it into the amplifier. So it wants to destroy it, but because we're not actually going to connect it to the ground here, the smashers can't see a way to get to it from here. So they will go up that ramp we made. Oh, get rid of that, make sure it's not connected to the floor. They will see that ramp we made, and they will follow it up and all the way across to get to it to destroy it. Now, they may charge at the bottom and they can destroy some of these or damage them, but don't worry about that. In general, they will go up. And then mini-bosses. Mini-bosses can't be knocked off by wall lights here, but they will come across and they will generally either break one wall then jump off, or they'll just come down and jump off. It's a beautiful little trick of the AI. But yeah, there you go. That's all you need to build for this one. Quite small, thankfully, so we can save on some metal. So I'll go ahead and level this stuff up, and then I'll be back to show you where the traps go. So I'll see you shortly. Right, now that you got that stuff leveled up, we can go ahead and put our traps in. So for these designs where we have a low wall and a high wall behind, we go for darts at the back and then wall dynamos in the middle. So we want some wall dynamos here. Now this one's going to shoot straight through this entire tunnel, so another wall darts would be beautiful there. And then for both floors here, I'm going to go for some tar pit traps to stop the enemies getting here. Now on this ramp, we're going to go for a tire drop trap, but then on the top 2, we will go for ceiling zapper with just huge damage, and then some ceiling electric field round the edge to zap in, and that will cover this entire area. Now for this bit here, at the sides, we're going to keep the ceiling zappers going. The ceiling electric fields even, I always do that. On this one here, it's up to you. You can put a gas or a ceiling zapper. Now, it's not really going to be overly necessary because you're not really going to get enemies go for there. But just in case they decided to, you know, we'll hit them with that. Then here we'll continue the low wall dynamos combo with the wall darts at the back. I'm going to need to craft some more. Just realised here we missed a wall. Definitely want a wall there. Now, what you put on this wall is up to you. I would probably go for sound trap, you know, to deal with any exploders. Now, most stuff is going to die at spawn, even in Canny, with, you know, 130 traps. Even with 106, they can. So you don't have to worry too much about that stuff. But then for this ceiling here, we've got another dynamo spot there, actually. For this ceiling here, it's up to you what you want to do with it. A gas trap would be good. A ceiling electric field would still be good. And a drop trap would be okay. I think most stuff will be dead at this point. But, you know, decisions, I'm going to go for a ceiling electric field. But as I say, it doesn't really matter too much. In here, we do want some traps here. So I'm going to go for a ceiling electric field on that. Now, if you want, you can extend the ceiling if you want. But you shouldn't need any more than that. And if you're really paranoid, you can go up here and place a wall spikes on that, so that if that does get destroyed, it's got that as well. And that should do it for the spawn traps. As I say, the rest was covered with the other build, so check that out. It's the playlists are linked and everything, so check out that if you need to. But what we can do is cover these side bits. So for these, what we'll do is just place tire drop traps facing the way they would walk to get out of here, basically. Then, as I say, on this one, we'll do a launcher. So I'm going to do a durability launch on this one to make it last, and they'll get sent down there. Now, if they did make it into this area, what I'd do is wall spikes and broadsides here. For this bit, just put wall spike there. They're not going to be on this wall. It would be that one. And you could put, ceiling trap if you needed to, but you shouldn't need anything extra on top of that. Over here, we're going to need 2 more durability launchers. So if we get those like that, you can also add one here, to be honest, to knock them out there. But I'm happy with enemies dropping down there. So what we'll do is put wall spikes, and if they try to get into it, that'll happen. Now on this one, you can do a ceiling electric field, as it will affect enemies up here. I'm not too bothered about hitting the enemies as they come up, but it does zap 2 blocks, so it might hit the top of them. But this is mainly, as I say, for this sort of area. So if enemies were beating on this, not only would they take damage from the spikes, but they'd also take damage from that. And then for the floors on these, I'd probably... it's up to you. I mean, tar pit, freeze, and floor spikes would all work well here. I'm probably going to go for the freeze trap and just face this direction when placing it. But as I say, the other 2 work fine, so don't really worry about that. On this bit, we're going to place tire drop traps all the way around, facing the direction the enemies would be. We can place... we can get rid of that wall, actually, and place a launcher here. Do a durability one again. Put broadsides on these walls. Throughout this entire bit, I'm going to use floor spikes, and we can just keep repeating the durability launcher. Now, if you want, you can extend their path a little bit by doing this, and that, and one here. It's up to you. It's not overly necessary, but definitely feel free to pop that in if you want. And then opposite the launchers, I'm just going to put broadsides. That one actually doesn't want to be broadside. Sorry, I thought it was opposite a thing. We'll just do a dynamo there, and that should cover all that stuff. Cool. So yeah, that'll cover all your traps. You just need stuff on the bait and switch. So what I like to do usually is some spikes on here in case a mini boss teleports up or the smashers make it, for example. But they shouldn't do if you get these wall lights set up on the stairs. And then finally, I'll do a freeze here so that if enemies were trying to hit this, it would mitigate that and stop them from wanting to. But yeah, there's your build. Quite a short one, thankfully. And then all we've got left to do is the east direction for this, and then we're done. Or at least if you have the same layout as me, you're done. But don't worry, I'm working on the other amplifiers as well, the other flex and the other directions. So everything will be covered by the end of it. Don't you worry. And we are on the east amplifier, not the south. I always get it mixed up just because we're like down the hill from the home base, so it feels like the south. But yeah, the east amplifier. And we are now working on the east spawns. We've got the north done. Check out that video if you haven't seen that. But yeah, for the east, the spawn is going to be way over here, just to the side of the southeast amps spawn to the east. So we covered that. They spawn over there. This one's going to spawn in this area. Now, we have had issues in the past. I think I made memes from it. We had enemies spawn up on this bit and they walked on our trap tunnels, so we'll be extra careful to make sure that doesn't happen here. But yeah, there's 2 routes they can take, well, I guess 3 technically. We've blocked up this route when we built the other amplifier, but if you don't have that one placed down or whatever, basically just blocked 3, here. So 3 walls with 3 ramps behind, and we've blocked this ramp from stuff from getting up, and we've also added this in as a natural barrier for the enemies. So what we're going to do is one little extra blockade we want to make down here is just we've got this sort of area here where they can go behind things and come in weird directions and get across the sides. We just want to make sure that nothing strange happens over here, so we can just block like this, and like this. Now you can add more in there if you need to. It's not overly important because for the most part our other trap tunnels will pick them up, but it just stops enemies from going up onto the top of these cliffs and jumping down and circumventing the trap tunnels basically. And yeah, once we've got that, our main tunnel will be through this little snicket down here. It's a nice area. I love building tunnels in places like this because it's just like you don't even have to think where the walls and stuff go. They just naturally go against the concave of the mountain, you know. So it's lovely to get that stuff in. And then from here, you know, we'll let the enemies go to the amplifier because it's just going to be sort of smashers at this point. So yeah, they'll go up to the bait and switch that we built from last time, which again, if you haven't seen that, check that out. But yeah, we'll get the enemies in here. Now, the enemies can walk up on this here. They can't on this side. Oh, they can actually. Sorry. They can't. Yeah, they can. It looks like you can't, but it sort of jolts up. So yeah, it should be fine there. I mean, you can add a wall there if you want. But what we're going to do is block this other direction. So we could build trap tunnels down here as well, like we did on one of the other amplifiers. But what we're going to do, yeah, is just block it. So if we come to the front here and just try to save on structures for you guys. If you start here, for example, and then do that, it won't place one in the ground. It's not much, but, you know, it's honest work. Yeah. So get the grid method going as we usually do, and then the cones we're just going to... I mean, it doesn't really matter which way the cones face. Yeah, it really doesn't matter too much. So just do it how you like. I'd probably face it into the middle, maybe. But as I say, it shouldn't matter too much. You know, you can mess around with it. But yeah, we'll get that grid method going, and that should be enough. I think you can add more in front or behind, should you need. You know, you can add another layer of cones, either in front or behind. Either way, you know, if you do need that, if you do see resistance. But I will let you know how testing goes. But yeah, that's the block-offs, and we have that tunnel blocked off, as I said before. So all that there is to do now is pretty much... Well, actually, we can finish this bit while we're here, sorry. So we'll just do low walls for dynamos, and then a full wall at the back for wall darts, and a ceiling either side to zap inwards. And you can add a little bit here if you want as well, like this, as an extra bit. You know, I'd avoid placing anything around this area, because the smashes might go a bit weird. But the ceiling should be fine, and that extra bit there should be fine. So yeah, if we go through the tunnel out into here, now you can add more stuff here. So if you want, you can block this ramp, so you can do like the glitch or, you know, whatever, or you can just build a wall, ceiling, and a cone to stop the enemies from coming up here. I don't think they're going to want to come up here anyway, because we blocked it off and we've got this block off. But, you know, just add more should you need it. There's probably a chance you can get a spawn on this raised bit anyway. But yeah, the main spawn will be down in this area around here, and you can add more, you know, walls for damage if you want, like this, and even over here, especially to stop enemies getting through this block off. So you can add traps there as well. And then what we can do is get some ceiling traps here, and probably, yeah, we'll save it there. So at some point you want to bring a wall up. So if we then just build up one more, and if we can get a floor place there, we can then go up here. This is 3 tiles above the ground, so this is perfect for our tire drop traps, and we're just going to place these pretty much over the entire thing. Over here, I don't think they can spawn on this upper bit, so you shouldn't have problems of them going over here. But if you do see it, just block the sides, block over here, and just put some traps in here as we did in the other direction. But as I say, I don't think they can spawn there. I think it's on this lower one here and on here, so don't worry about that. You know, you can add a wall there with some wall darts if you want a little bit of extra damage, but it's really not that necessary. So they actually managed to flank around here. I'm not sure where they spawned. I think it must be this spawn here. Yeah, they went around here, pathed under this bridge, and then came round. Just grab that. Came round and went up here and then up here and then flingers were able to target the objective and regular husks would drop down. So all you need to do for this is just block the ramp. Like you can do the glitch if you want, doing that, but I'd recommend just blocking it properly. Like this, that should be plenty enough to stop them. They won't be able to see it as a route up now. And if you're paranoid, just wall spikes on the wall and a ceiling trap of your choice there. And if you really want to, you could block this ramp as well. But the bottom one should be plenty enough, though, I think. Then just bring this all the way over to the back, like this, covering pretty much the entire area. It will act as a lobber shield as well, obviously, this whole thing. Stop lobbers from being able to target the amplifier all the way back there. Probably want a lower bit. So just in case enemies were able to make it onto this cliff, I don't think they can. Well, they can't climb up anyway, but there might be a random spawn, on one of these edges. So to stop them from being able to just walk across the entire thing, what we can do is if we lower this down somewhere, doesn't really matter where, if you manage to do it without falling off as well, unlike me, if you place another layer of ceilings at this height, like so, and it's up to you how much you want to go with this, it's not overly necessary to do the whole thing. Probably stop there, maybe put one there as well. But yeah, if the enemies did drop on top, the worst they could do is like get into this area up here, and we're not too bothered about them being up here because, well, they won't go through this, but we can put traps on that anyway. In fact, I'll just place that now so we don't forget. You can just put some spikes and maybe a trap above with, I don't know, it doesn't really matter, a ceiling electric field, a zapper, a gas trap, any of them would work well. I'll just put a gas trap. But yeah, that's the worst they can do if they did drop on top. Bop till you stop. But because we have this at a lower level, they can't get onto this one and, for example, go all the way over here. And I mean, they can't even get anywhere anyway, so if you wanted to keep it all the same height, that's up to you. It's not really too much of an issue. So yeah, if you want to do any more extra damage down here, you can try. If you want to put extra walls with sort of wall darts on in any of the locations, just bear in mind that they might get destroyed by spawns. So, if you want to not waste the traps, don't place them. But yeah, that should be plenty of stuff. I might just add a bit of an extra like that, for example, and maybe one there as an extra mitigation against that. In fact, there could be a full wall with a broadside on, actually, across there. That'd be nice. But yeah, now that you've got that stuff down, and as long as you have the bait and switch built from last time, so this, I can briefly show it if you haven't though, we've just put stairs inside the structure there to keep this up if this floor did get destroyed. But yeah, we'll just come across, then gone down on some stairs with some wall lights pushing off, another wall lights pushing off, connecting to a full, and then to the amplifier here with this design. Obviously, just feel free to pause and rewind if you need to hear, but I don't want to show it because it's in the other video and I don't want to waste everyone's time that has already seen it. But yeah, now that you got that stuff, I will level this up and we can show where the traps go. So a nice low resource costing one again. Lovely. Right, now that you've got that stuff leveled up and or leveling up, as mine is, we can place some traps. So by the objective here, as usual, on these back walls, we place some wall darts. And then on the closer ones, we go for wall dynamos on the low walls. At the end, we're going to go for a tar pit trap, just in case a smasher does want to charge here. And through the center, for the ceilings, we'll do zappers towards the end here to really finish off any smashers or mini-bosses. But, I mean, if they make it through, it's fine. We've got the bait and switch. On the walls here, any two walls you have looking at each other like this, you want to place broadsides. Now, we want wall launchers on some of these, particularly maybe this one, but I'd say the most important one is this one, as well as this and that. So I'm going to leave that one as broadside. Now this one I'll go for darts, since there's no wall opposite it. On the floors, I would go retractable on the ends here, and as they come through, maybe a freeze here, and then at the beginning we'll go for wooden floor spikes. For the ceilings, as they get further in, I'm probably still going to do some zappers here. because normal enemies really aren't going to make it this far. And then at the entrance here, what we're going to do is ceiling electric field. And then once we get here, this one, honestly, it's up to you which one to go for. I think either a zapper or a ceiling electric field would be good. A gas trap would be good. It's up to you. I'm going to go for another zapper because I've started using these recently, and you know I like it, so yeah, I'm going to do that. For the wall launcher, we're going to go for an impact one here, so the one with more impact on it and reload. And then for these two, we're going to go for the durability one, so the one that has 4 durability. Now, as with other builds, we can sort of extend the path of the husks if we want, like this, to make them more likely to be hit by the launchers. That's up to you. I'm going to get rid of that one just for the sake of this and the fact that it's further in. I don't think it's that necessary. Get broadsides everywhere here, and yeah, we'll do it on that one as well, actually. That'll be useful. I think that's everything now. So out here, I just want to place these two as broadsides first, and then the rest will be wall darts pretty much, which I'm going to need to craft some more. So let's just go ahead and do that. I'm running out of twine, not twine, peaky, what was it called? Maybe it is twine, actually. Carved twine, yeah. Twine peaks confused me then. I was like, no, it's twine peaks, so the thing wouldn't be called twine. My brain hurts. Sorry, yours probably does now as well. And then the ceilings here, just do zappers to damage any single enemies that try, you know, make it round the trap tunnels. We'll do wall darts here. And we have one up here as well, just while I'm here. There. And then on these two, I'd go for spikes. Now, if you want ceilings here, wow, I didn't mean to place that one there. Can I get rid of that? Oh, that's what I wanted to avoid doing, because now I'm going to have to place that back down and level it up again. Yeah. But yeah, if you want to place ceilings there, all you have to do is just lower the wall down here somewhere. You know, like this, for example. And get ceilings under. It's not overly necessary, you know, it's really not. And you can have a wall here with wall darts if you want, again, over the top. But if you were having these here, I'd probably go for zapper there and electric field there. And let's just get that leveled up before I forget about it, because I'm definitely going to forget about it. Right, where were we? We might want something on this one, such as a healing wall spike on the back, just in case enemies do try beat through it. Then here we will do a dynamo. Again, you can put a healing spike on the back of it if you want. Probably not necessary on that one, but if you are paranoid, you know, place one. But I really think they'll just go through the main tunnel, so you shouldn't have to worry about that. And then I think all that's left to do is place the ceiling traps. So these are all pretty much gonna be drop traps, except from that one, and that one. I think all of the rest of them will be drop traps. Making sure before I commit to that, but yeah, all the rest will be drop traps, so you can go ahead and start placing these down. I'll probably speed this up, but yeah, as I'm placing these, I think for pretty much all of these, we will be facing the amplifier as we place them, as that will knock the enemies back into spawn, because they knock enemies backwards compared to where you're looking when you place it. Just a note on those last three there. These I faced the blockades as placing them, just to knock them away from that direction, so that if they do try breakthrough, then they'll probably go towards the tunnel. And this ceiling here is just for lobbers and flingers. You don't need a trap on that one, because it wouldn't affect them anyway, so there's no point wasting a trap. But yeah, now that that stuff's placed, you should be good to go for your full endurance. If you've got the same amplifiers as me, if you have the other amplifiers, as I say, check out the videos and the playlist. I will be doing videos for every single amplifier, every single spawn. So if you don't see one, let me know in the comments, but if you check the playlist, you should be able to find them.
So today we're going to be working on the other flex amplifier. So I have mine placed at the other part of the map, but this is the southeast east flex. So I have mine on the east, but yeah, this is the one to the southeast there. So the names get confusing because there are two southeast amps, but yeah, this is the flex amplifier. So not everyone will have this, but I wanted to cover it for the people that do have it. And I did this build before I built all the other ones so that we can see, you know, what's open and what's what. Now the spawns, I think you get 2 spawns, but it could be 3. I'm not entirely sure if it gets a north spawn or not, but you definitely get an east and a south. But I think, yeah, over here, just going to the north, this is another one where the recording messed up and I'm having to record the audio after the fact, so I'm watching the video back and trying to remember what I said, but everything will be accurate in the video, don't worry. I'll explain why we're placing stuff where, what traps need to go on it, and stuff like that. But yeah, as I say, I don't think there's a north spawn, but I could be wrong. It's quite a nasty amplifier, this one, to have. I have been doing a lot of storm shield defense assists to be able to see, you know, how you can defend for it and stuff. But yeah, the spawn for this one is quite far back. I don't think I knew exactly where it was when I made the video, but as I said, I've done a lot of storm shield assists, and I can see that it does vary a little bit, but it's around the same sort of area. It's quite far back. Back here, so there's a lot of flanks they can take, so we're gonna have to build quite a lot of, you know, flank blocks here. So this one here will stop them from being able to get up the hill here, and there's other ways they can get up here, I think. So, you know, just if you are seeing them flanking anywhere that we haven't covered, obviously make sure to just check what ramps lead up here. There's a few others you can see behind it. I tried to cover as much as possible, but yeah, that should be plenty enough stuff to stop enemies from going up that hill. But as you can see, this hill here will lead up to the same place, so we're going to block that. But Canny is renowned for its like flanking routes. There's so many different canyons and stuff that enemies can go around, so just keep checking. Like here, for example, you know, there's another route, you're probably going to want to block that off. Better be safe than sorry. And then down here there's a bunch of different like side routes they can take to get to the objective from spawn, so you're probably going to want to cover this, and you might need more behind it, for example. But you know, it's, you know, going to be up to you when you're building this how much block offs you want to add, but the more the better. It doesn't take much metal to build a block off, but we're just going to block this top path here, because then would, you know, if we didn't, we'd have to build another tunnel full of traps. So we're going to block that so that enemies can't go that way. And then here we could also block this top path like this, for example. You'll probably need quite a few because it is a direct route to the amplifier, so we've built 2 here. You could definitely add a 3rd behind it. As I say, it's better safe than sorry. You'd rather, you know, if it's an AFK endurance build, you want to make sure that on every single wave they're definitely not going to break through it. So, you know, I'd probably advise building another one behind it here. Can't remember exactly if I did in the video, but especially from my assists, you know, the enemies do really want to go up this top route, so I would recommend building another one behind. As I said, it's not too much metal to use. And then what we'll do is we'll have them come down this ramp towards the amplifier, deal damage to them, sort of turn them at the bottom if we want, and then take them to the amplifier. I mean, with Canny, most stuff does die in spawn, to be fair. You know, enemies don't get that higher power level compared to the traps, so the main stuff is going to be sort of mist monsters, mini bosses, husky husks, and the traps that we build in the trap tunnel should kill those. So for this sort of build, you'd want wall darts at the back wall there, and then before they go in the tunnel, we can also do our design that we've built before, you know, doing wall darts at the side, a low wall with dynamo if we want. Just saying here, you can add ramps as you come down as well if you want. You can either put a freeze on it, wooden floor spikes, tar pit, probably wooden floor spikes or freeze would be good. Maybe at the bottom you could do a retractable. On the walls here, you want to do broadsides, you know, the side walls as you go down, and then wall darts at the back to shoot enemies. On the ceilings, it's up to you. Tire drop traps not really that effective on these ramps because we're going down, so the tire drop traps will sort of go in front of the enemies. So you could do like a ceiling electric field. I mean, tire drop traps still will be effective, but probably not as effective as it could be. And then at the bottom here, broadsides on the opposite walls to each other, and the ceiling, you know, maybe like a ceiling zapper at this point to target a single high enemy that made it through, like a smasher mini boss. Now here, I think you should be able to get away with blocking the enemy and taking them to the side if you wanted, but I've just done a straight build here where, again, we'll do broadsides at the sides. Probably at the end I'd do a tar pit trap, second to the end you'd do like a freeze or a retractable. And yeah, just to risk, or to take the risk away of smashers breaking through the end of the tunnel, we will drop them down into this sort of chute where we can do damage at the sides as well, so either dynamos, broadsides, and then we'll just bring them down again straight towards the amplifier. As I said, it's only really going to be like mini bosses and smashers that make it this far, if even those do. You know, they're not too hard to kill in Canny, especially if you've got 130 traps. You can definitely use 106 traps, by the way, in Canny if you want. You should be absolutely fine, I would have thought. Just here showing some of the block offs, you know, some of the options you can build them. I'd just go, you know, better safe than sorry, as I said. Just add block offs where you think enemies would make it through. Now here I think I start showing a trap tunnel here, because it is quite far away from the other direction we brought them. You could try block it off, but you would need a lot, and because it's on a downwards ramp, we can't really use cones behind, because if we did, the enemies would just walk on them. So what I've done is I've just built a trap tunnel here for any enemies that spawn this side of it, and just building a wall at the start of the tunnel there to put a sound trap on. Same sort of design, you know, floor spikes or freeze on the floor, broadsides on the walls to the sides, darts on a wall shooting at the ramp. And then on the ceiling, you know, probably tire drop trap on the bottom one, and the top one's maybe like ceiling electric field. And then down here at the bottom, on the, you know, middle route that we have the enemies on, I would use tire drop traps. And we'll just sort of zigzag them towards the objective here. You can use wall launchers to knock them back through the tunnel as well, and on these ceilings to the side of the tunnel, if you use ceiling electric field, it will zap in to the trap tunnels, so that's going to do huge damage. And then at this point we're probably just going to let them go towards the objective, so you can do a low wall for dynamo on, and then a wall darts at the back. And then on the left you can do the same sort of thing, but yeah, any further towards the amplifier here and it might upset smashers if they make it this far. Just saying again, you can add more ceilings to the side for electric fields, but yeah, if you go any further towards the amplifier you'll probably end up upsetting them, so I wouldn't build too much more there, but it should be enough to deal with them. Now, I think you might get a spawn up here. It is rare. I don't think it's every single time, but, you know, better safe than sorry, as usual. So we just want to get a way up here. So you can build it anywhere, it doesn't really matter. And we're just going to put a ceiling over it. If you want to go a bit higher and use tire drop traps, that's perfectly fine as well. And, you know, what we're going to do is just extend the ceiling here. I think it is too high up, though, because it's 4 up from this point. So I end up going up, and then I think we have to drop it down before putting the traps in, so I just tried to do that as I'm falling and failed. Somehow managed to get it in the middle. I don't know how I managed to place it that far forward. Very interesting. And then, you know, we can put traps on these walls if we want as well, like wall darts for example. You might want to make it go lower down somewhere else because one, the enemies might try break through to walk on it, or just walk on it anyway. But yeah, what we're going to do here is build up from here to do traps in front of this trap tunnel. And again, just be careful, because when you put it this close to the hill, the enemies can step on it. So that's just what I'm saying there. And, you know, it kind of limits what we can put over the spawn. It's up to you. Like, I'd rather not risk letting enemies go over the trap tunnels. And again, you know, you don't really need too much damage at this point in Canny, unless you have really low traps that don't have great perks. But yeah, that should be enough for that sort of spawn. If you're enjoying the video so far, thank you so much for watching, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our members. Thank you so much to the current members we have, and just wanted to go over the tiers to anyone else that might be interested. So we have 5 tiers from Stonewood, Plankton, Canny, Twine, all the way up to Epic Founder, and as you can see on screen we have these amazing benefits at each tier, getting more and more as you go up. So yeah, if anyone's interested, just look for the join button next to the subscribe button, and thank you so much for your time. Cheers, enjoy the rest of the video. So for this one, for this east direction, the spawn is going to be right about where I'm standing now. I should sort of wiggle my cursor when I show it, but you can see the different routes they can take to get the objective. There's quite a few of those little narrow passages, so you know, you can block some of them, you can make them come through one route. Depends how you want to go about it. Obviously, if you are going to block one, you will need quite a lot of blockades because it is quite direct routes. Now, I don't think enemies spawn on any of these top canyon bits. From my storm shield assists, I haven't really seen enemies up here. Obviously, if you do see them, just make sure they don't have a bridge like this to be able to walk towards the amplifier. but as I say, I don't think they can spawn there, so you shouldn't have to worry about it. But obviously if you do see them spawning up here, just add a little ceiling to it, and probably a block off on the amplifier side. But we're going to add a block off here anyway, just to be on the safe side, just in case there is a random spawn that, you know, happens every now and again, but isn't every single time, because that does happen. We saw it in Stonewood, so it definitely could happen here. So just add those block offs to make sure the enemies can't break through. And you're probably going to want another layer behind it just to be on the safe side. It's up to you. It's not going to cost too much metal again, so probably better safe than sorry doing that. And then what I've done here is just, this is where they can drop down into the tunnel, and then if we have an open bit to make sure they don't walk across the rest of the tunnels, that will mean that the enemies can just drop into the tunnel and not do too much harm. Now there is this weird like bridge here, which I think the enemies could drop onto. It's a very weird structure that I've not really seen before, because I haven't, you know, built for this amp before. But enemies could drop directly onto that, so if we just give them a nice place to drop, you could do some damage on that if you want with a retractable. Put some walls next to it if you really want to. But yeah, then they'll drop down into our tunnels, and if we do 2 tunnels, we can sort of have them meet up towards the amplifier. So that's what I'm doing here. So this is the right tunnel, which we will bring all the way back here, and then spawn is just behind where we built to. And then on the left we'll have another tunnel which leads round. As I say, you could try block one of the directions. I think you would be able to, just bearing in mind that enemies from the top might be able to drop down into your blockades and do some weird stuff. So it is a bit of a risk. At least this way we know that enemies will drop into our tunnel and we can control what they do. So from here, obviously you need to have one of the ceilings open. So on this one, you probably want that one open, and then close the rest of it. That way the enemies can drop into the tunnel. We're going to have it too high anyway though, so we can do drop traps. But yeah, don't place a ceiling there. And then from behind you can place ceilings. It's not going to matter from here. If they drop down to this ceiling here, for example, it's really not going to matter. You know, it's not going to affect us because they'll just drop down into the tunnel. So yeah, it really doesn't matter if you place one there. But yeah, we'll do drop traps on the 2 high ceiling. When you have 2 walls opposite each other, we want to do broadsides. If you have a wall facing sort of the spawn, use a wall launcher to push the enemies back where they came from. But yeah, it's a nice little cozy tunnel here. And then underneath this bit where we have the enemies drop to, if we carry on the ceiling at 2 high to get our drop traps through it, but underneath we can do our sort of dynamo wall darts thing, but you know, we'll show it when we get there. But yeah, from here we can do our ceilings, just making sure we leave one gap for the enemies to drop into. So here we'll put a ceiling, but towards the amplifier we'll leave that one gap. Now you can extend this if you want. The only risk is if they do spawn on the cliff behind it, they could drop on top of it. As I say, I don't think they can spawn here, but if you did see them, you'd obviously just want to not extend the spawn traps that far. And you probably don't need it anyway, but you know, if you want to add that, it's not too many extra ones. Now on the first floor you probably want some wooden floor spikes, maybe 2 of them, then some freeze, and then towards the end I'd get some retractable floor spikes. On the very last one do tire drop traps. Where you have 2 walls off of each other, as I said, place a broadside, but if the wall is looking towards spawn, put a wall launcher, and then where we have a wall launcher here we can extend their path a little bit with a thin wall. Same here, you know, you can do any of these designs works. I like the thin one the most because it doesn't restrict them as much, meaning they're less likely to break it. So yeah, we want a wall launcher pushing them back through, and then on all the other walls pretty much it's going to be broadsides. Apart from the one wall that looks down this sort of tunnel, you want that to be wall darts to shoot, you know, 4 tiles, which is very effective. And then on the last few ceilings you want to do zappers. So ceiling zapper to do huge damage on those mini bosses and smashers. I appreciate we have ceilings above it, which you could do tire drop trap on. It's up to you. I'd probably go for the zappers though on the end of the tunnel, just to really finish off those high health enemies. So here we've done 3, so I do 3 zappers there, and then all of that before that we have tire drop traps and such. Just make sure you're not leaving. Make sure you are leaving a gap, sorry, for enemies to drop into. I can't tell if I accidentally blocked that off on the right tunnel, but yeah, just make sure you have a gap for them to drop into. And then, as I said, I don't think there's a spawn to the north, but if there is, you know, because it is a shared, it would be a shared spawn, sorry, with D. and it does sort of face the amplifier in a way. So generally the attacks you get on amplifiers are away from the storm shield. So that's what I've tried to explain there with the map. Now, if you do get a spawn, you might get a little bit on the ledge, on the top there, and then the rest of it would be, you know, down in the bottom valley bit. Now, we have built for that on our other D, but if you have this one, you probably won't have that one, so you won't have a ceiling here. But yeah, we pretty much want to cover the entire spawn with ceiling drop traps. Just be careful where you're placing it next to cliffs so that enemies can't just drop onto your tunnels. But yeah, here we're just going to block this side to stop the enemies from being able to go round, because we will build a tunnel on the right. So this is just blocking them from coming up that way, and, you know, just really reinforcing this at the top here with cones or stairs and extra walls at the back. So yeah, we'll bring them through this tunnel. So there's a left tunnel as well, which does sort of meet up. We probably want to block this off. You could also leave this wall open like this and just let them come through. But we want to block it off because it is quite near the end of the tunnel, so if they broke through to that area, you know, here they probably could get here from spawn and sort of come through, so we're not too worried about it because they will probably go through this tunnel if they do. Just add more block offs if you do need to, if you see them breaking through. And then here we're just going to add some block offs here to make sure enemies don't want to go up this ridge bit. They shouldn't, because it's not the most direct route to the amplifier, but you know, husks do weird things sometimes. And then we're going to get the ceiling too high up on this one again. So ceiling drop traps above the sort of path that enemies will take, and then ceiling ceiling electric fields, sorry, to the side. The floors, same again, so wooden floor spikes near spawn, and then sort of freeze, then retractable towards the end, and a tar pit trap on the very last one. A wall launcher on that wall I just showed, and one there. I'd go full impact on those ones, so 4 impact. And we've explained the floor. And then the walls, same sort of thing again. Broadsides went opposite each other, and a wall darts if it's looking through a long corridor, but I don't think we have a location for that here. But yeah, I think getting pretty close to the build here. We're just talking about the bait and switch, I think. So we obviously need a place for these smashers to want to go up from all 3 of these directions, if they are all 3 spawns. Again, not sure if north is, but we have this sort of area here near this amplifier where there's a sort of ramp. So if we build them a way up here, it should be close enough to all 3 spawns, if the north even is a spawn, and then we can sort of turn them to the side, bring them up again on a thin path, and then once again turn them to the side, and then from here we can take them to the objective, just avoiding connecting it to the ceiling there to make sure smashers don't do weird stuff. And then what we can do is, if we you know, we can connect them like this for the walls if we want, but you should be able to place walls just connected to that other ceiling anyway. As I say, connecting it there might make weird things happen. So if you want to avoid that, just keep it as it was in the first place. But yeah, that's where we'll put light traps. I appreciate it's going to be quite close to where the smashers come up, but you shouldn't need this on too many waves. If you can come up with a better design yourself, that's obviously fine to use. It's quite a small area, and I haven't done this for my own build yet. I'll do it on my alt account when I get there. But yeah, the main design for the bait here, which is going to distract the smashers, think we're protecting it from regular husks. Just want to get these low walls around the top of the amplifier, and then floors on opposite sides, and then on the undercarriage we want some arches around the middle, and then once we've got that, we want some thin pillars on the floors we place down, just like this. This will make the smashers think we're defending it against regular husks, even though we know this is doing absolutely nothing. So they'll want to go up the stairs to destroy the top of it. They might be able to affect the bottom by charging, that can happen, but it usually doesn't destroy it or anything. So yeah, they'll come up here, they'll get knocked off and go back down. As I said, you might be able to come up with a better place to get the smashers to start going up, or to knock them down at. This obviously isn't the best build, but if you have enough durability on your lights, and we have 2 lights there as well, you know, as you can see here, I changed the design to make sure it's not connecting to the tunnel, the ceiling even over the tunnel. But yeah, if you come up with a better design, you know, that's up to you. But you might not need it anyway. So I'm just starting to get rid of stuff now because I've finished the video. But yeah, you might not need the smasher bait, it depends. But on those high waves, if you don't do enough damage, they obviously will make it to your amplifier. So I'd probably do with it rather than without. But yeah, that should cover all your spawns. As I say, I don't think there is a spawn to the north, but I just covered it anyway because I wanted to make sure you guys were covered if there was a spawn. Not 100% on that one. But yeah, thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you being here. Obviously, I built this even though I don't have the amplifier, so please do let me know if you liked it in the comments, and I will hopefully see you in a future video. Cheers.